this is a refinement that is outside of Brahma to a certain extent, but look at the sincerity of Brahma in the form of Jesus Christ. Someone wrote in and said, but anger is my energy. If I don't have anger, I feel powerless. It's almost like somebody's pulling the plug out of the socket. I'm lost. Please help me. Thank you. Oh, that's true. That is true. Anger is electrifying. It is a form of power, but it has side effects. It means you're in the first realm, ill will. And the first realm is a hell realm, and good does not come of it. It's deceptive. Well, I see something bad and I get angry. Well, that's a causality of badness. Badness produces it. It's the fruit of badness. And oftentimes it's a misperception of the thing that we think is bad. Well, this person died, that's bad. Well, maybe not. Old age, sickness, and death, they died 10 years before what you thought would have been the right time for them to die. But what do you know about the universe and when someone's time is up or not, or who gets put in the garbage disposal unit of the cosmos based on their misdeeds, and who gets reborn in a heavenly realm? And so what does that have to do with your anger or your perception of those things in the limited way that you might be perceiving it that is producing the anger? So you might have wrong view, which is often the case with anger. Delusion and anger go together like water and ice cubes, okay? Swims, floats on it, you can drink it. Changes things in a synchronicitous kind of way. Goes together. But that energy loss, yeah, okay, that's just a transitory phase. What you need a new energy source. So at this point, think in terms of solar energy, right? Solar energy. And that's compassion. That's mudita, sympathetic joy, joy for others that are experiencing joy, being a part of that, plugging into that. And then my favorite, equanimity, just pure balance. The purest of purest fulcrum, that point at the top of one-pointed practice, that apex of the pyramid that is neither swayed this way or that way about changing forms and conditions. Absolute, dispassionate, clear view. No attachments. If your hand is not on the conductive surface, that electricity does not flow through you. You do not get burned, you do not get zapped. Detachment is like that. You're attached to something, it's going to jam you up. Attached to ideas, changing forms and conditions, it's going to jam you up. It's going to teach you that you have an attachment that you should be letting go instead of getting angry about something. And if you think, well, it isn't a shame this good person experienced this and that. Look, there have been holy people that have been treated lower than dirt by some of the biggest goofballs that you are fortunate enough not to know or be in the vicinity of. That's never going to stop in this dimension until the sun goes red dwarf and obliterates everything. But how you see things, how you conduct defilements vis-a-vis conduct defilements, not let them take over your life, your mind, your vision, your view. That's skillful. That's in the realm of skillfulness. That's in the realm of practice. And that solar energy, is there a symbol for that? Can you see it? Like a lightning bolt in the sky. Can you see it before your mind's eye? There's energy in that. People knew it because it could heat things up. You have a dark surface and the sun just is blazing on it. You touch it, that's hot. So it's about transmuting solar energy into things that are beneficial for you. For example, passive heating system, if you want to have hot water during the day, you could paint whatever container that you have holding water black, put it on the roof, then you've got gravity working for you. The sun heats it up at noonday. Let's say it's probably the hottest at maybe 2 p.m., something like that. That's when you take your hot shower. And no fuel was used to capture that energy other than the transference of that energy into something useful. That, for example, because the female practitioners have that special rule every 3 days, they take a hot shower and clean out their body and mind, that's one way of doing it. That they don't have to take things and burn them if they have set up their life that way, that it can be done that way without costing anything. That's sort of how skillfulness can be seen in the context of metaphysics and not taking all of that literally, although taking it literally might mean you have a pretty good system there. Especially if we're talking about mountain-fed spring water that hasn't been defiled by worldly miscreants that inject toxicity and ideology into everything, every nook and cranny of anything that they can via osmosis pollute like they do in this reprehensible time for warlike reasons that aren't presented as that. They're presented as sing-songy goodness. You know, eating lead paint, that's great for you. Here's this social program we're going to roll out. And by the way, nobody can question it because the moral people, the dogmatists have decided it's a one-way street into the slaughterhouse for you. So get on board. Mickey Mouse, wah, 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 wah. Dance to the music, right? It's going to be paradise. They said so. These sadistic, tyrannical, sadist bullies. They all decided it's going to be paradise. It's the only paradise on this planet. Get on board. Boop, 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 boop. The loony bus is heading off. What does the ticket cost? Your life? Oh, sure, yeah. I'm a young person. I want to be popular with the crap temporaries that the radical class likes, to the exclusion of good culture. Oh, how could that happen? You got people like that playing politics and culture. I guess that's how it happens. That's how they did it, right? Give them a golf clap. They have a pantheon of retrobates that they say were good people. Get on board the loony bus. Or how about not? make fun of them instead. You know, they take themselves so seriously, but does anyone else need to do that? Why is that? Oh, but they get mad? Gonna hurt somebody? Because you hurt their feelings? Is that it? Like sadists do? This man looks amazing. He's offensive to me. I'm as ugly as it can be. But I want to think of myself like God's great gift to creation, right? Because I'm out of my mind in my vanity and conceits and other defilements that any sane person wouldn't have, but that doesn't define them as a class, does it? The radical class, or plantationists, they're sponsors, at least in the Western hemisphere, although, you know, in the East, what are they, just Eastern despots of the old school, like Herod. But you can go see the Chinese version of that, or the Central Asian versions of that, or the Asian steppe version of that, or even to a certain extent the Eastern European version of that some places didn't die out. You know, not all Vikings were good people. That's also something. Just because you might be from the seafaring peoples, there was different kinds of seafaring peoples. Just like with any type of tribes. You had this outfit run by these types of people, and they did that types of thing, like capturing people and selling them to monsters for money, aka slavery. Yeah, that's bad karma for them. Who knows where they are now? It's not something to be proud of. But of course, there were other tribes like that, seafaring peoples, like the Epicureans to a certain extent. From what we can understand, if of course, you know, not the let's say overly focused on pleasurable experience versions of it that later dunces sort of took away from their practice. But there were also others that more or less set up monastic communities of friends, like sanghas, that had good results that most of the vulgar, common, normal reprobates of today just don't seem to be interested in at all, because it doesn't reinforce their own vulgar kinds of worldviews. But they do appear to be here and there to have existed in and under good conditions, also good moral conditions, which does have good positive social karma and not exterminationist results. But they didn't have sing-songy people in their forums of philosophy that had shoehorned themselves in there and excluded the smart people from. But that's called progress in inverted zones. So if you were perplexed about that process, that's sort of what, cultural war criminals do, which is where the term comes from. But of course they deny being that because they're convinced that they're doing the right thing. And so then we come back to anger and how, again, it's connected with delusion. And that's very dangerous. We can all look at examples that are very difficult to interpret and come up with sophisticated kinds of arguments. But generally, if we keep it simple, anger is an indication that you're in the first realm. And it does give you energy, but not energy that will lead to good karma. In fact, it's already, you could say, the punishment. Once you get into the higher refinements, you see anger as a punishment, not as energy. It's dissatisfying. And I say this from someone who I feel spent much too long in the first realm. And it took me a long time to sort of figure out how, and that's what brought me to the third realm, delusion. Because if you are perfectly aware of how blessed you are to have been born into this realm in which you can practice, then you would not be angry. Not just at the thing you think you're angry about, but by anything. You would be grateful. And grateful for lessons, the lessons that made you angry, but now you don't get angry about. And that, of course, is the samana, sambuddha practice in a way, because it's transmuting the defilement into wisdom and also leaving it behind. And so if you want to use an engineering metaphor, you're just switching over like from an energy source that has bad side effects to, like, you're flipping the switch to one that has just as much, if not more power, especially over sustainable periods of time with no negative side effects, no cost, free. Just like in that metaphor with the water containers on the tops of roofs that are painted in dark hues to transmute solar energy into hot water, which is better in many cases to use and also is health promoting, and yet costs you nothing but the foresight of the architecture and the right effort to attain that kind of self-sustaining system that is so healthy. And okay, I said it was primarily a female practice, minimum 3 days, but men can use the same practice and benefit from it, and they can also do the 56 bows, morning and evening. As gratitude for teachings that are wise because they transform our lives in a beneficial way, and we are the primary benefactors of beneficial practice. And a final word on the sea peoples, yeah, they differentiated. So, but there were the good ones. And the good ones, they had good karma. The bad ones, bad karma. And so it is today. Some people go in good places, if not in this life, in the lives to come. Other people, yeah, just let them go. They're dropping like rocks. And they deserve it because that's how it works. This is another conceit that Padujis have, is that they are in control of their anger. And some of them are so conceited to think that they have righteous anger. This is delusional. Many times righteousness is delusional, and that's why it's so pernicious for good people, because they think they're being good when in fact they're being delusional. It's very hard to shake those things for moral people, or people who understand themselves to be moral or have these moral principles that they will not waver from, because they think by wavering from them they would be committing some kind of wrong, and that's why they're locked in. Lock, stock, and barrel. They can't disengage. They're stuck. Well, if this was good, why wouldn't I be feeling good? Kind of, sort of cognitive dissonance begins to happen. Is this the good thing? Then they, at least in that case, doubt can be beneficial. You should doubt things that have kilesas or mind poisons associated with them. That is a very simple rule. If anger is associated with something, you need to doubt how you're seeing that way of things, because that's something you need to fade, because that mind poison, it's real, right? Alcohol in the liver is real. When you drink alcohol and you drink too much, it will tear it apart. And that has terrible consequences for your body and mind. Liver, it's a filtering device. It filters out poison. You put too much poison, you destroy your poison filtering mechanism that's very delicate. That is terrible practice. And yet people get addicted to it. They overlook that part. Well, I'm just going to kick this can down the road. Today I'm furious. Tomorrow I might be a little less, but look at all that energy I have. Well, you stay furious for days and weeks and years, just like abusing your liver. At some point you die of cirrhosis. That's the causality of your actions and your wrong views that are likely delusional, because that's how kilesas work. Those mind streams, like eels, capture your mind's eye and send you to places that are not good, because that's how causality works. And these kilesas are much more dangerous and powerful than Padujis think. Oh, I'm angry, that's nothing. Well, in 5 minutes, if you murder someone based on that had nothing to do with them, you might have underestimated that little thing you think you have under control that has you under control. And having that, something like that, have you under control, is dangerous. More dangerous than you think. More dangerous than taking a drink. But a lot of people take drinks and are angry, and then look what happens then when people are less in control of the kilesas. People get hurt, people get murdered, people destroy their lives. If only they were in their right minds, but they miss or they underestimated the power of these things. You don't engage in spiritual hygiene regularly, yeah, it's not something you need because you're a special padoogie dooge, padoogie dum ding dang. You don't need to wash your butt like other people. Your stuff doesn't stink. It's about you and yours, and you're so special. But you're not. That's delusional. You need to take these things seriously. You need to wash your butt, just like you need to wash your mind from these mind poisons that can arise from time to time in this dimension. Yes, we do, as mammalian creatures, have to go to the restroom every once in a while and take care of that business. But hopefully you're using a lot of hygienic practices so you're not contaminating the people that you're working and interacting with, including yourself. Well, let me just go get something to eat right now after not washing my hands. What's going to happen then? When that E. coli bacteria is transferred from your butt to your food, to your mouth, to your insides, and starts eating you up alive, like in some kind of petri dish of organic matter tearing itself apart. You see that metaphor for how you can think that way? You're letting that E. coli into your mind. It's not trivial. People that have high standards, masterful practitioners, people who have very high standards, they don't tolerate that E. coli of the mind. Sometimes they'll scrub it just to be sure. They'll put it in a washing machine and at 100 degrees Celsius, they'll boil it out. They'll put it in a pot in the jungle with some jackfruit and boil it out of their robes. And infuse their garments with that delicate, perfumed scent and cheerful color. They'll go to that extent to make sure they don't have it on them. Even if they haven't identified it with analysis, they just go through those purification rituals on a regular basis, and so should you. And it's not the stinky garments that are important, although they are for the body. We're talking about the mind. Inside and out. Physical hygiene, spiritual hygiene. Your kilesas are not special, and they are dangerous. And if you're a padoogie, which is to say an ignorant worldly fool, you might think you have it under control until you don't. So put in the work beforehand, even if you think you don't need to. Have you done a body scan in the last 5 minutes? Why not? Why are you hunched over? Why are you overweight? Why do you have a rash on your ankle? Or why is there a gaping wound somewhere that has not been properly healed? What are you doing that is more important than that? If compassion is the first thing for all living beings, including yourself. You're better? You're angry? What? How does that work? Are you delusional? Can you be delusional? Have you ever been tricked in your entire life? But now you're not? Anger's okay. You got it under control. That's what you think. That's how you think. You don't take hygiene seriously. Is that, oh, what's that? What's that smell? Oh no, that's not perfume. That's pure septic tank methane on your person, in your mind, in your soul. You sting. You won't put in the right effort to get that out. You won't change your point of view. You won't drop that false sense of importance of the thing that's keeping you that way. You won't do that. You don't have the courage to do that. You won't give yourself permission to do that. You're not flexible enough, adaptable enough to do that. You can't change what? You change your clothes every day. Can't change your point of view. How stuck up on yourself, a self, no self, less self are you? No, but I am me, and this is me and mine, and I can't do it any other way. Of course you can. If you drive to work this way, you can stop driving to work that way. You could drive another way, even if it takes you 45 minutes longer. It could be a scenic drive, no traffic, no aggravation. You can do it a different way. But you might be thinking, well, I'm an efficient person. It's more efficient to do it this way. And to do it the other way would be wasteful. But if you get there in a better way, how wasteful was it? Maybe it's wasteful thinking in terms of an efficiency that poisons your life a lot more. But if you don't put the emphasis on that, if you put the emphasis on efficiency, well, you could see how you could get into a dilemma over time. It's like punching yourself in the face every 15 minutes instead of the other practice, which is a body scan plus detachment plus re-approaching life without wrong view. Incrementally, just reducing everything to zero, letting everything go, and then incrementally, skillfully, not attaching to things that people normally get entangled with. She said this, he said that, she did this, he did that. I want this, I want that. I don't want this, I don't want that. Monkey mind all day, all night. Ignorance all day, all night. Wrong effort all day, all night. Wrong view all day, all night. Does that sound like hell to you? It does to me. That's where most people are. They're in the three realms. They're not getting out. They're stuck. They won't put in the right effort to get right view. And they won't get the right results, which is freedom from mind poisons. And taking it seriously. Other people, no, they're what absolutely horrifyingly ridiculous, absurd sporting event is going on. Who put the ball where is very important to Paduji ding-dongs. But Kalases, no time for Kalases and their removal. That would be too much work, too much right effort. They're knocked out with their full schedule of imbecility and degradation. No time. They don't have 1 minute for right effort. but they're very important, serious, and in many cases, ridiculously wealthy, at least in material terms. In a wonky-donk, ding-dong, Paducci kind of world that we live in at times. Where, for example, the Diamond G vehicle is considered nonsense by such people, but they consider themselves to be God's gift to creation. When that diaper they're wearing, spiritually, it's not filled with gold, is it? So beware who you direct your veneration towards and who you don't. Because that could be part of that third realm too. And a lot of people in this time of infamy can be somewhat excused as mammalian creatures of being confused about what is right and wrong and what is good and what is not, because of the devilish kind of influence that has perpetuated and propagated itself in this time, but more or less at every time, but this time is worse than people would like to admit, especially people who consider themselves to be good society or of good morals and practice, when that they couldn't be further from the truth. Ain't that so? And who does it really matter for if we're beyond social decorums? Well, it matters in terms of how they experience reality and where that causality is leading into eugenistic periods of time, i.e. The hell realms or the heavenly abodes. So this is where groupthink won't really help you, but if you get in a sangha of Kalyanamitta, it can. But for that to happen, you need to have some good karma and some right effort and some right view, because if you get any of that wrong, and there are major fakers in that game, any Christian could tell you that. You get that wrong, you go with the appearance, you don't get the real thing. That's still third realm, isn't it? That's where many people get caught up. And then what do? Well, then they cultivate the defilement of doubt. And that's what they dine on, and we know that doesn't taste good. But it is out there. At least you have to concede on a theoretical level. It can and did and does exist to a certain extent, where it truly is true. But where it isn't and there's just the appearance, well, then all you have is the wrapper. And that is a damn shame. And the people who want the good thing but are Paducci bad, they get a Devi Dada kind of future that awaits them. Sovillo, yeah, see Sovillo. When you see the sunlight, when you think of switching from anger energy to divine energy, Sovillo, that is the symbol. Now here's another tip for people stuck in the first realm, which I really despise the most, see, aversion. Aversion for the realm that has aversion in it because it is essentially connected to ill will. I don't want that, see? Oh, I want that. You see? The mind. Well, if you want that, but you get this instead, you see how that can create that dissatisfaction? So remember, there's always an attachment behind aversion. You want something else. Now, for good people who might want to have a perfect world, maybe they were angelic beings in old times where they thought they had perfect conditions. Then they got reborn here. They want those perfect conditions, see, but they're here. So what do they have instead? Based on what they believe to be noble proclivities? Well, it's oceanic dissatisfaction with the hellish circumstances that surround one in this realm at times, especially on a psychological level, if that's what you're thinking about, because of some type of attachment to some kind of ideal situation or congruency between inner nobility and outer physical manifestations of nobility instead of the opposite of that. Just disgusting kinds of subverted and decomposing kinds of conditions. There was this wonderful person, now they're rotting away on the ground. Kind of, isn't that dissatisfying? But the more you were attached to the thing that is no longer there, the more that dissatisfaction is going to be. So the attachment is what you detach from to gain neutrality in the matter, and then that aversion should dissipate. You pull the plug on it via the attachment to whatever idea, the idea of perfection, the idea of things getting better, the idea of improvement, the idea of right things happening all the time, only to the right people, and the wrong people and the wrong things and the wrong causality shouldn't exist in this realm, but it does. So what are some kinds of adaptive strategies that you could develop to go along with that, or not say go along with it, but mitigate those things by, for example, how about a life of renunciation? And then not just a physical renunciation, the physical and psychological renunciation. So not this, not that, that's fine. Not me, not mine. Not my problem. It is a problem. Right? Wrong effort, wrong view is a big problem for the people that have it, but people who have right view and right effort, it's less of a problem. So you cannot prevent people from jumping with a lot of passion and a lot of smoke and mirrors straight into the garbage disposal unit of the universe. You cannot prevent that from happening if that is their karma, if they have been sent that way, believe that, got snookered like that, got double backflipped like that. And in many cases, these are casualties of war. Here, no, don't go that way where there's no poison gas. Go right over there. That's what genocidally hateful people do. You believe them, you get the causality, and that's their karma as well, that they will not escape from. But if you renounce that or say, well, thank you for pointing out the wrong way to go, so I won't be going there, and you're not attached to the war crime level effects that these insidious people, ideas, manipulations, devilish conspiracies create, well, you sidestepped it, you passed, now get your mind out of the Paducci gutter that these people inhabit or want to make more important because they exist in your vicinity or from time to time pop up with their asinine kinds of machinations, persuasions, importances, errors, affiliations, whatever it might be. There's really nothing that renunciation can't solve. Not you, not yours. The people they spray their gas in the face of, they're going to pay for that in some way. And you can just trust that that will happen because it absolutely will. And after that, why would you want that for someone anyway? Like, somebody takes a hammer and smashes themselves in the face, that's not your problem either. But that you don't do that, and you don't do that to others, that really does pay dividends, even if you don't see them right away. And you don't have to be in other people's business. You don't have to be entangled in karmic nets. You don't have to be a nice person to bad people. You don't have to rationalize what they do. You don't really even have to analyze what they do in microscopic detail. You can just categorize the behavior as unskillful and bad, and will produce bad results. And if they did produce bad results, that's pretty obvious. And everything outside of that is essentially a waste of time. You're in the first realm of aversion. That's what you're manifesting, because that's where your mind is. That's where you're looking. And have some compassion for yourself, because I do believe it's normal, common, and vulgar to be predisposed to focus on problems. And maniac level misguided people are not just problematic, but they create all different types of problems. And so you might be predisposed to focus on them, but you can catch yourself doing that and stop doing that. These attention whores of destruction can be ignored to the best of your ability and renounced whenever and wherever they might show up, and that's perfectly okay. That is a winning strategy. That's winning by losing where they bees, where they is, where they were. Just don't let them be in your mind, right? Leave those mind moments are precious. People in the Diamond Jane vehicle, they're not there thinking about aggravating people, places, and things. They might be in an aggravating place, but they will find some place where they don't need to be aggravated. And then mission accomplished. It could be your 1-meter monastery. Pull out that magic carpet where there's acceptable noise levels. Could be under the overpass of a highway, you name it. Get your mind right. You're not surrounded by imbecilic on the highway to hell kind of people that have no understanding of noble things, nor the skills to achieve them. And should they be wealthy, well, that's just some kind of joke. That is some kind of weird situation that can happen in bad times, where bad people have a lot of money. You know, drug dealers. How about that? Escobar, right? So much money, he was burying it in the ground and then even forgetting where he buried it. But then he was also paranoid enough that he was killing the people that buried it, but only they knew where they buried it, kind of thing. So how wealthy was he again? So wealthy, wealthier than you. Who, you listening to this? You could be even some kind of banker. He was wealthier than you. So I guess according to your, wealth theology, he was better than you. In your delusion, you would have to admit that is true. But if it isn't true, then maybe you're delusional. Because I don't think a rat like that was wealthy in real terms. And all that wealth he wasted, all those lives he wasted. Where is he now? Do you know? So what did he really attain in this realm? Other than now becoming an example par excellence for what not to do. What not to do, how not to think, and what not to revere. And remember, by disabusing yourself from aversion, you're disabusing yourself of the attachment. But it will come back to you in waves. Like your mind will stray. Isn't that a horrible thing? And it'll be in that matrix, and you have to pop yourself out of that again and again and again and again. Heighten your awareness for it, for the kalesis in general, and then be able to switch. Just like they come at you with a low kick in karate, if you've been training for it, it's automatic. You block, you counter, block, counter, block, counter. That's how you get yourself out of the first row. And remember that counter is not engagement, it's disengage, disengage, disengage. They come with the headlock, you disengage yourself from the headlock. Comes the headlock again, you pop yourself out. Pop. They come again, pop yourself out. Disengage, 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 disengage. And then gain distance, right? Avoidance, renunciation. Those are the counterintuitive things. The normal Paduji, it's always about more engagement. They double down, they triple down because they're invested. They keep going down that sunk cost fallacy. At some point, they're going to win the competition in their mind, but they don't do it. You don't do that by engagement. It's disengagement. It puts you in a headlock. You put it in a headlock. You're squeezing hard. Well, it'll squeeze harder, and you'll be the one that gasses out. It's disengagement. Practice that. And wish other people well on top. Yeah, come back to that. Metta is a force field for aversion. Wish all living creatures. Let's think, what is a creature we can well wish now? Let's wish all mountain goats well. Just imagine them in your mind, what they do. If you haven't seen a documentary, watch it now. Then come back and then wish them all well. Yes. Isn't it cool you can climb up mountains and not fall off, although some of them do? So let's wish them well until that happens and hope that that doesn't happen to them, because we know what it's like falling down the side of a mountain. We can put ourselves into their hooves, can't we? That hurts. But isn't it really fascinating how they live when they're doing well? And let's wish them well. Let's also have a little mudita. Let's see how they really enjoy finding clover, or what are the edibles that they dine on. Little alpine-like flowers. And how happy they are when they find a nice patch of something. We can feel that joy, can't we? And maybe there's different tribes of people that when they're not engaging in cultural jamming activities, that they're somewhere off in some far-flung place, very far away from you, as nature intended it to be, and that they're living well. They might have shot a baboon out of a tree with a dart, and now they have something to eat, and they're very happy about that. And you would think the food is disgusting, but they make it in such a way that it's actually quite tasty. You're very surprised. Maybe they offered you some as dana, and you eat it, and they have the good karma of that, and you have the good karma of being able to enjoy mudita in an exceptional circumstance that isn't being used for some kind of nefarious purposes, with the pretense of altruism or something of that nature that can happen in times such as these. And see, you changed your focus, you flew like a hawk, Ansus, over the whole landscape, and you found something that gets you into the heavenly abodes and gets you out of aversion. Another thing associated with aversion is expectations. You expected, again, perfection. They deliver gargoyles. Okay. What is the result? It's dissatisfaction. So why were you expecting perfection in this realm? Would that not be delusional? Would you be in the third realm? Is that where you're still, that 1 foot still in that third realm? Is that the problem? No expectations, no self, right? Not self. No comparisons. Nothing you see means anything unless you make it mean something. And then what are you making it mean? Are you making it meaningful by discerning wisdom, such as the mammalian brain has triggered aversion here based on these factors, but it's just changing forms and conditions kind of thing? Can you not just have the theory, can you put it into practice? Can you drop that expectation? Can you see it then in terms of a training exercise? This is here to test me kind of thing. And so is it so difficult to endure? Can you let it go? Can you drop it? Can you extinguish it? Can you return to nibbana instantaneously if you catch yourself doing it? Can you disengage from the environment of changing forms and conditions? There's this, there's that, there's this, there's that, there's this being, there's that being. I wanted to have a picnic without squirrels, and a squirrel jumped out of a tree and ran off with the piece of toast or the croissant I was about to eat. Oh my goodness. See, it is funny, right? Don't get mad. Could it have happened? It did. Isn't that funny? But do note, yeah, you might have an initial reaction, which is normal, common, and vulgar, but you can nip that in the bud. You can see it as a training exercise. And we know in training exercises, all different types of things go wrong, but because it's a training exercise, you gain the experience and insight from that, and it's not so bad, is it? You got a flat tire that one day, then you went out and got yourself a kit, and then the next, like 3 weeks later when it happened, it was just another training exercise. You refined that practice as well. Maybe the kit you got was missing this or that, and then you adapted like this. And so on and so forth in this life, in this bardo, and in the bardos to come. As for forgetting about the past and resolving to be virtuous going forward, that is a surgical incision into a gaping wound. And you can do this to historical occurrences in memory wars, so as to obliterate the past and become present with the people that you are associating with without any kind of holdups about a past that, if things were done the right way, would have never happened in the first place. But greed, ill will, and delusion, those things know no national boundaries. They know no state lines. They know no different localities. They are to be found everywhere at every time, and can manifest themselves in one way or another, thanks to the devil, if not just other bad causes. Because anything that can go wrong, well, we know what happens. There's no reason in the world there should be a fight on Saturday night. But then somebody got into a fight, and then they ended up hitting the priest in the face. And then things take on a special kind of significance, because how could you do such a thing? And then everyone is profoundly ashamed, and yet that's not a place to stay either. For proud peoples that have every reason to be proud because they're damn good, and the country can be damn good too. It can get a lot better, but we don't need to get held up with what's wrong right now. And if the past was wrong, it can be right in the future because it's right now. That's the takeaway. Be right now. That's all you have to do. And don't look to the past for some damn grudge. And if somebody stands up and says, oh no, our wars, they were the most important ones. We can't forget those. Well, just hear, guess who said that? That's just hear Bonapartists saying that right now. Like 18, whatever, 40s, 70s, 60s, whatever. When was he? That man got all different countries. Everybody was killed. Germany was humiliated beyond all imagination. War rampaged on the entire continent, the entire world. And everybody was caught up, Napoleon. Well, imagine if you know people that are still messed up about that today regarding the people that supposedly were involved in such a conflict. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. It's dogmatically, profoundly misguided. And it's really the real casualty of war, these memory wars that poison people's lives unnecessarily based on what was happening at that time, which is really hard to put together and caused a lot of bad things. But we don't have to continue bad things. We can discontinue those, and then we can initiate the master plan for continuous betterment, improvement, upliftment, strategic kind of holistic approach to world events instead of some kind of petty hang-ups about the past. Even if it was a week ago, forget about it. If you forget about it, it's so much better. That's like donating to the world $1 billion that you have in form of compassion. By taking the sufferings of the world upon your back, as did Christ, coming back to the Eckhart module. Look at what he suffered. Your sufferings are more important than that. Think again. Get over it. Your variables are not important. You just think they are. That's why you're messed up. So get unmessed up. Let it go. Detach. Take a deep breath. Change your mind. Change your focus. One-pointed practice. 2 minutes to live. If you have to take it that far, do it to get free, even for a second, so that you can live free of delusions that come out of past understandings that may be imperfect or have been distorted deliberately because of war measures. Get over it. Napoleon is dead. The people he misguided or led are dead. And the world stage of world comedy and tragedy, the beat moves on. And this is our version of it. So the professor doctor of spiritual hygiene, the prophet of that, he benefited from that. And so can you. It's like Dr. Bronner's soap. If you know it, you know it. If you don't, you don't have it. And sometimes it is like that. Thank you all so much. Coming back to gratitude for a second. Have you ever been on an airplane? Be grateful for that. Every time you were able to get on one and get off on in one piece, be grateful for that. Don't forget even one single trip. Have you ever gotten in a car and then gotten out of a car unscathed? Relatively unscathed most of the time? Be grateful for that. That on that day those wheels were turning and whoever you were with in that car got to their destination as well. A lot of you are driving around on these roads like a bat out of hell, and yet you just take it for granted that of course you're going to arrive in one piece. Not going to have your, eyes sliced out by a windshield, or have your face smashed against the steering wheel, or even have the roof come in and cave in on your head because the whole vehicle rolled at a high rate of speed. So think of that every time you were in a car. How about a bicycle? You were on a bicycle at some time. Give thanks and have gratitude that you weren't in a terrible accident, that you weren't run over, that your brakes worked when they needed to work, and that you were able to more or less get to your destinations and back. That's not guaranteed. Be grateful for that. There you go. Those are a couple of exercises, but just keep going and going and going in that direction. Finding out new things that you just forgot about or took for granted when you really shouldn't have. It was a miracle. It's a miracle that last airplane you were on landed. It's a miracle. You don't know how close to death and destruction you were. You were really close. But you made it. Be grateful. How about the last time you had something to eat? Did you grow that food? Did you bake that bread? Did you raise those animals for that meat? Did you drive it in a truck to the place where you were able to conveniently purchase it?
that was put out there by a team of people that were dedicated to keeping people fed and supplied. How about just a little gratitude for that? When was the last time you had something to drink? Did it come out of a faucet? Did you lay that pipe? Did you put that system into effect? Did you keep the electricity on? Were you part of the maintenance crew that piped that water to your location? No? Well, be grateful for that. You're not dying of thirst or hunger or disease. Been to a doctor, got some medicine, be grateful for that. Went to a dentist, got some dentistry done, be grateful for that. Went to the eye doctor, got yourself some eyewear, be grateful for that. Visited a university that wasn't completely subverted, be grateful for that. Read a book that wasn't too bad, be grateful for that. Just keep going through things and finding new ways to be grateful. You will be. So, how to think about meditation? Well, meditation is just imagine a container of white pebbles, or let's say translucent pebbles or gemstones, and rough black coal-like pebbles. And it's all shaken up, and you dump out the mixed pebbles and you put the wholesome pebbles in one category and you sort out the unwholesome pebbles. And you take your time doing that without any blame, not to external objects and not to a self. Here's a good conceptual exercise. Can you not be important? And if not, why not? What is it about your concept of self that makes that seem to be somehow unappealing or unsatisfactory when it has a lot of benefit? And in fact, it's very true. If you were to disappear right now, how would that change world history one way or another? What if it didn't change it at all? Is your life still valuable? If it is, then you can see it can be valuable without being important. In fact, it's probably more valuable because you have more of it to enjoy because everyone around you doesn't consider you to be important. And again, they might be mistaken. Maybe you are important. You're important in your own way, but they just don't recognize it. And so that's okay too. Because if they recognize, oh my goodness, this person is important, then it would also change the way they deal with you. So if they're subnormal, scheming little liars, they're going to put on their best polished behavior to try to trick you. But if they think you're not important, well, they're going to let their hair down and let you know what they really are. And that's quite beneficial, isn't it? Because people can be deluded into thinking something about someone else if they're putting in a lot of effort to present themselves that way. But it is quite easy to see people for what they are when they don't think you're important. And this could be a comedy as well. There's many comedic circumstances or stories, like when the king dressed up as a pauper and was treated with disdain by people that pretended to be good people when the king was around and they knew who he was. But yeah, do the conceptual exercise. Just imagine for a moment you're not important at all. And just get really into that. Like, well, if there is no self, then nothing can be important or can't be important. You can't ascribe importance to nothingness, which is why nothing is important. So you put that on a t-shirt, send me a coffee, because it's true and it's funny and it's very liberating, even if it's just a 5-minute conceptual exercise. Hey, I'm not important. I'm really not. I mean, it's true. People think I'm the most famous man alive sometimes because they get caught up on literature or poetry or religion or science or something like that. But that could just be a passing fancy that others have because you've captivated their imagination, their emotions. They think they know you. They formed a deep, 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 deep connection. But is that really so? And if it isn't, what does it matter if you don't know the person and there is no self? But if people are vain, then you'll notice, yeah, that stings a little bit. That thought stings, but it shouldn't sting at all once you realize no self, or if you get in the practice of shrinking self. Then it doesn't feel too bad. It's actually a relief. Hey, I was the Field Marshal General so-and-so, and now in this location, I'm no one. I'm not even a stranger. I'm not a blip on anybody's radar. I'm a shadow. I'm a mirage. Am I really here? Am I not? What does it matter? It doesn't. This place, wherever you are, might not have never known you or ever will. It didn't know you 5 years ago. It won't know you 5 years from now. But when you're there, it should know you. Why and where do you get that idea? This is what it means to untangle delusions based on self. Because if you can unravel those kinds of knots, you unravel different attachments that also have different aversions because they have different expectations associated with them. And when you do that, they all sort of fall apart and fall away, and then you're much better off without them. Because defilements make you ugly. They make you feel ugly. They make you see the ugly. They attach you to the ugly. But without them, you're free. And being without a self, without conceit, without the need to be important, that's freedom, friends. And you can experience that in a broom closet because you're not important. And nothingness is important, just like nothing is important unless you make it so. Or now, I often say that during training exercises where we're in a mode of playful experimentation, that the key is to gain insight with minimal amounts of suffering because you've contextualized it. But on the other hand, you have to make sure that there are not subtle attachments to experience itself, which leads to self-making. I came from here. See, we're very drilled in this procedure of telling your story. I came from here. My name is so and so. And here's the kicker. I did this and that. Right? And also wanting awards and achievements and not wanting disgraces and failures. So be advised or be aware of these attachments to experience and let them go. There really is nothing to the past. But if you're engaging in self-making behavior or thinking, or again, allowing an experience define you, you're a hero permanently because you were the last person standing on that hill or this hill or 100 hills. Then you're caught in attachments. And you're caught in a self. And you're not in the here now with awareness of total liberation. Now, some might balk and say, well, this is too radical. But look, this is the meditative exercise. Just do it for 5 minutes, see how it feels. And then if you want to continue, then you might be able to if you're skillful enough to, but you also might not because it's not normal to experience that kind of super normalcy even for a minute or a mind moment. But if you can stretch it into several, you can always come back to the common, normal, vulgar, very untalented process of self-making. Because other people probably, if they profess to know you, will show up and say, hey, wait a second, you're that person that's and then again, you're back where you started from if you're easily swayed by those kinds of containerization. Which is also kind of funny because the older we get, the subtle conceit that people should recognize us for our skills sets in, but that's absurd. People that don't know you, why should they assume that you're skillful, or why should they care about your past successes or failures? Other people are not swayed by those things. Even if they knew them, it would only be a secondary kind of thing. But you think they define you. Your story is really moving. It's really important. But then again, what if it isn't? What if that's just a misperception? And then think, well, if that's causing you suffering because you're not being recognized for all of those amazing accomplishments you feel. But if that isn't so, then you don't have to feel disgruntled, do you? Isn't that of benefit? Coming back to the comedy routine for a second.
So people, they tell you when you're crazy or you think you're crazy, yeah, just go find some help. That sounds so helpful, doesn't it? They think finding your sanity is like finding a wrench at a hardware store. Just that person is just waiting to tell you, oh, your sanity, sir, it's aisle 6. Or here, let me take you to it. And then here you go. Here's your sanity back. And have a nice day. That's how they think sanity works. So do we live in a crazy world? Is that what that means? Do I start feeling crazy when people start talking like that? I've only got DIY, and so do you. That is not to say that you cannot listen to people that have built their own porch out of bomb fragments called their life. Because some people have. And it works for them. A lot of people have experienced more of that thing called crazy than you have. And if they can live to tell that tale, that is very inspiring. Very inspiring. But that is their own personal achievement. And it's one that I do believe extends into future bardos. Just like the hell realms extend into future bardos. And yet the subtlety of your existence at that time does not make practice as easy or possible, because you're at a disadvantage. So the theory goes, and it remains a theory because nobody ever came back from death. There have been stories. There might be a few exceptions. All right, we know the exception to that rule, but other than that, no. And some ghosts who are not living in a good place. Oh man, no, I want to be a ghost. It's so cool. I could walk around like Casper and Trick. It's not like that. You're stuck, you're trapped. And who knows for how long. And because they're stuck in their ways, their mind, and they're not really aware of the suffering, they're not able to change. Whereas human beings, that suffering light that comes on, that blinks. Doot, you're going the wrong way. Doot. Suffering is going up. Why are you thinking about all those bad things that happen to you? Boop, 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 boop. All right, pull up. Autopilot starts screaming at you. Turn around now. Like that. Ghosts don't have that. They don't feel things that way. But their mind traces, their mind kilesas, their mind streams are in free flow on a spiritual level. Metaphysically, that's sort of the theory, like dark matter and black holes. Some people have theories about things like this because that's sort of all we have or can have from a perspective of materialism that demands everything to be proven to be true. And then, even then what? Well, what did they do? They start to doubt something else. Because doubt is a normal, common, vulgar condition of humanity. Now, the statement that nothing you see means anything inherently, just imagine you weren't there to see it and it happened, but you didn't see it. Why would it matter to you? How much is going on outside of your mind and your body and your immediate location, your 1 meter monastery that you don't know about, and if you did, could drive you totally crazy, up a wall, bother you, somebody playing loud music somewhere, and you are in all of those places all at once? No, you're just within your 1 meter space. So don't let your mind wander and don't let your eyes wander to things that do not concern you. Other people's karma, and a lot of it is utterly disastrous, horrible, misguided, subnormal. Not just normally bad, subnormally bad. And these are people that made really horrible decisions for themselves and others. Very irresponsible, very misguided, very harmful, very repulsive. And if your eyes go looking for it and it starts serving itself back up to you in the form of memories, even if it's short-term memories, like 5 minutes ago, oh, that smell, ugh, and you're still reliving a smell that you smelled or a sight that you saw, that's essentially Mara mind. That's Mara. So just imagine those images. You didn't really see them. They were just illusions. They were delusions. They weren't real. They were just apparitions in a waking bardo. But any moment, any mind moment after that vision, even if it's a dream that you're remembering it, that is the extent to which Mara has control or is exerting influence over your mind and your mood. Like, ugh, why did I have to see that? Why was there a big pile of crap that I had to see? Why was that body ripped apart and the guts strewn up in a tree? Ugh. And see, but the memory of it is the problem, see? That's already beyond the real. It's a delusion and not a favorable one. Now, of course, we can also have the other kind. See, most people want to have the other kind. We have the fantasy girl, the pin-up girl, the perfect thing we want. We think that's better when we're envisioning that, but that's Mara mind too. And then we think, well, why don't we have that? Then we have that sense of lacking. Or I have this good person near me, but why don't I have that person? Or why doesn't she look like that instead? Right? You start making comparisons. Well, what happens? Well, dissatisfaction creeps in. That's the Mara mind. That's the dukkha mind. But I would say there is a difference in quality between the dukkha mind and the Mara mind. The dukkha mind is just dissatisfying, but the Mara mind is sort of insidious because it will rob you of your sanity. And if you're in bad environments that have these apparitions on a regular basis, you're not living skillfully. You should be avoiding those things with your eyes at least. Your ears should be protected if it's loud noises. And ideally, you wouldn't be around those things, but we can encounter them in this bardo. And if you think you're going to escape the devil, listen to the stories of the saints. They went out into the desert and it showed up. They had hallucinations. They had visitations. There's no getting away from these challenges. But there is a way of being skillful. So if you've seen something particularly subnormal, if you've seen something that really does put you in the first or second realm, aversion or desire, you might want to just chalk it up to Mara and say, whoa, wait a second. Could it have been that real? Like, wasn't that weird to see something that hideous or that desirable? Like, see, you should be more superstitious. Like I said, our modern world wants to just airbrush Mara away, like as some kind of fairy tale doesn't exist. Essentially, that's the baseline. Oh no, God doesn't exist, devils don't exist either. That seems reassuring. But on the other hand, if you believe in both Brahma and Mara, then you can attribute really crazy things, good or bad, to them and get some closure on those things, as our ancestors did for millennia upon millennia since the beginning of time. And really gain closure on those things. Like, okay, whatever, that was really weird. So here I am thinking about that. Let me stop that. Let me drop that. That must have been Mara. And then maybe laugh about it. Laugh it all. Like, that was a good one. That got me going. That pulled my leg. That was messed up. And it might be a series of things. It might be if you can gain closure and then 3 days later you look back, whoa, wow, that had to have been something. Because that's a lot better than thinking, oh no, these other things don't exist. See, we can do that without even realizing it. And then we're not going to gain closure because we're going to sort of somehow normalize that. That makes any sense? Like, well, this must be just normal, or I guess I should put up with things like that, or I guess I should keep getting angry about things like that instead of catching yourself and regaining some autonomy in these matters. Nothing you see means anything. Nothing you hear means anything. Inherently, no, it doesn't. If you were not there to see it, it wouldn't have meant anything, but you think you saw it. But if it was in the past, it's already delusional. It's third realm. So catch yourself doing that and stop doing that, and don't blame yourself and don't rob yourself of satisfaction, contentment, detachment from things that you are not responsible for. Other people, if they want to play in traffic and they do and they get run over, that is really on them. Everybody needs to take radical personal responsibility for their own selves. And you can't save other people, and they can't save you. They're not there telling you what to do. Do this, do that. Even if they had the best intentions, it wouldn't work out that way. So people that want to cause trouble, that do the dumb thing, they're doomed, doomed. And that's on them, so don't identify with people that are doomed. What do you do with doomed people? Yeah, well, that person set themselves on fire. I'm getting out of the way. I'm not burning myself with that kind of stupidity. I got enough things going on. My moment to my moment. Now, if they asked me specifically, should I pour gasoline over myself and set myself on fire? You would tell them don't do that. But even if you tell people don't do that, that doesn't mean they're not going to do that. And a lot of people are doing that, or the spiritual equivalent of that, on the daily. No, they are not eating breakfast healthily. No, they're not exercising. No, they're not brushing their teeth. Yes, they are taking drugs and hump-a-dum ding-danging the worst creatures they can possibly find. What else do they do? I'm sure there's a big book. You want to get
yourself bent out of joint or bent out of shape about it, that's not skillful. So memories that come to your mind, chance images that come to your mind, chance sounds, chance smells, anything regarding the sense realm. No. Do not let it capture any more mind moments than are necessary, which is to say none. How about guys, they see, back to the comedy routine. They break up with their girlfriends. But then Mara puts some image in their mind. They start thinking about it, and then they get all bent out of shape. But one way of looking at, I think I've said this before, sexual intercourse is like somebody just sticking their finger up somebody else's nose. You know, the nose is an orifice, and the finger is something pointed. If somebody stuck their finger in somebody else's nose, would that arouse you? If it does, it shouldn't. Dumb weirdos out there. Oh, yeah, sure. No, actually, it's pretty gross. There's slime up in there. And what's on that finger? Where's that finger been? And here they are, people. Oh, wow, that's sexy. Yeah, no, it's stupid. And it's stupid when the other thing, the ding-a-ling and the second butthole are in play. But yeah, both of those things probably aren't very clean either. So just imagine that. And try to gross yourself out. Don't get jealous about that. What? Or here, put how about this? Less sexy. Somebody sticking their finger, like a wet willy, sticking their pinky in someone's ear. Some Rufus walked up to one of your ex-girlfriends, licked his pinky and stuck it in her ear. Is that gonna make you jealous? Are you gonna think she's really getting one up on me? She's having a great time. And then even worse, 9 months later, Rufus's baby comes out. And she's got to take care of that for however many nights and days and weeks and years that is involved in that. You jealous now? Why are you jealous? See? Mara, blame it on Mara. Catch yourself, fools. Wake yourself up, stick your finger in a light socket if that's what it takes. We get caught up on these things, but these things are ridiculous, objectively absurd. But detaching from that, oh wow, joy. Isn't that wonderful? How about the juiciest booties out there, or ears, or noses, and fingers, and digits? They're all going to die one day. Like, think of the crypt keeper or something, and the bony fingers, and the dried out husks of what is left over of the human residue. And gross yourself out. And think to yourself, what does it matter if like a corn husk gets shoved in some kind of dried out orifice a couple of times? Like, is that sexy? Why is that not sexy? But it's sort of the same thing. It's just a couple of things are a little bit different. So gross yourself out about that. Humans are pretty weird and goofy, and the results of their actions, like again, screwing around with horrible women or horrible men, boy, then you have horrible kids. Although some kids, God bless them, had horrible parents turn out to be great people, but still, that's due to God's influence. See, two wrongs turn them into something that's half right.
And yet, see, we can all get caught up on these ridiculous delusions. But getting free of them, that's where you should really abide. Abide in the liberation, the potentiality of it. If you haven't reached it yet, keep bowing. Keep performing the spiritual hygiene rituals over and over and over again until you get free from these things, from these kilesas, because it is possible. But it really isn't easy. And if your mind has been trained in the wrong way, if it has worn a groove, then to pop out of these mind streams or eels, to gain some distance from them, it's difficult. Like if we want to make the comparison to the hell realms, look, you're in the hell realm. If you're a bad person, you will be there until the karma has been paid in full, 100%, and not a mind moment before that. And you can see that also in unskillful desire or aversion. If you've worn that groove, you're not going to get out until that karma is paid. Which means you might hear what I'm saying, but you won't be able to do it because you haven't paid enough. But what I do know is people that are diligent and really take their karma seriously and also perform or accumulate merit, see, you can burn that karma up a lot faster. Which is why people just get in the practice of performing merit, because they don't even know what type of karma they're dealing with. It's not just karma that you have in this life. This is from previous lives. You were too fixated on this or that body cavity, but from this or that person. It might take you 5 years longer than a different monk or so, or none. And that's the reason why, which is beyond human understanding. And yet, if you get there, once you get there, if you're working to get there, you really are on the right path. Someone wrote in, "Oh man, you're so complicated. Could you simplify things? Thank you." Well, all right. If you looked at your life as the determinant of a square matrix, then you could boil it down to minors and cofactors. Is that simple enough for you? No? Well, look, life is as complicated as you want to make it to be. But you can uncomplicate your life. And you really should. We're, in another way of looking at it, we're sort of in a null matrix, at least as far as the bardos go, because at some point we die, at least in the bardos. Now, what happens after that is conjecture. You can have the staunchest materialists, but essentially their position boils down to we do not know. We can only say what happens in this bardo definitively. And that is where they leave it. And they say, well, nobody, because we stop there, everyone else must stop there. But why should we just stop there? We can just say this is as far as the materialist can take us, as far as understanding of this dimension goes. And yet we can still have conjecture about everything else beyond that. And we don't have to be crazy to do that. We don't have to insist that we're right. We can't really have any divinity, but that's really where a lot of fascinating things begin. When we leave the zero matrix behind us. Gratitude, gratitude, gratitude until your last breath. And you might just only have 2 minutes to live. You don't know. Breathe in deep. Breathe out deep. Breathe in deep. Breathe out deep. Gratitude, gratitude, gratitude. Say it 3 times. I don't care if you think it's a silly exercise. It is a silly exercise. Gratitude is silly. But it's also not silly. It's a lot less silly than the other things you could be focusing on right now. But look how you redirected your mind. Just like that. Gratitude. Yeah, the word. Say it. Say it over and over again until it means something. Find something to be grateful for. Look at your left hand right now. Could you move all of your fingers? Yes? Well, then be grateful for that. That's an amazing instrument. Look how delicate it is. Go and pick something up near you. Look at that. You can do that. Be grateful. If your left hand's not working, look to your right hand. If that's working, use that. If that's not working, look to your feet. Feet still working? Good. If that's not working, is your mind still working? Are you able to lay down in a position of repose? Well, that's your 1 meter monastery. So breathe in deep and breathe out deep. Gratitude. Find something to be grateful for and focus on that. Give thanks for that. Appreciate that. Recognize that. See that. Whatever is left. Because obviously, if you're hearing this, you're still alive. That's something to be grateful for. You can prepare for the next bardo. In the next 2 minutes, that could make all the difference. You were going to the hell realms, and now you're not. Why? Because you're already in one of the heavenly abodes. Gratitude. And this is not a promise. This is the here and the now. Your ability to cultivate that in the here and the now, your ability to experience that in the here and the now. Even if you're not feeling it right now, you have felt it, so you can feel it again. What do common, normal, vulgar people do? They say, well, I was grateful then because I had this, 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 and this. But you just thought you had this, this, and this, and this. That was delusional gratitude, maybe. But we have changing forms and conditions too. And so maybe those things that made it easy to feel grateful might not be there, but that does not mean that your capacity to feel gratitude has been lost. It's just that you're not exercising it. The gratitude muscle in you might have atrophied. So you have to put it through its paces. You have to retrain it. You have to reinvigorate it. You have to reawaken it. Buddha Sambuddha style. You can be aware of the kilesas, well, you can also be aware of the good things. Cultivating an awareness of good things is the fruit of the practice. Removing the bad things is the work of the practice. And you can't really have the fruits unless you put in the work after a certain period of time. Children don't necessarily have that problem, but the older we get, many of us get lost in wrong view. We get trapped in wrong effort. We get stuck in samsara. We get stuck in habitual, self-harming kinds of ways of thinking. See, this is the thing. Just forget about any kind of physical movement. It's not physical movement that makes people angry or greedy or delusional. It's psychological movement. I haven't changed. I haven't changed. Have you ever heard someone say that? Of course they have. They just haven't recognized. They're not awake. They're asleep. They're repeating an egoic response. They're stuck on the surface. They're stuck in denial. They're unaware. They're normal. Comment. And you might have been that too, just 5 minutes ago, but look how you've changed your mind. Even if it's just 1 degree in the direction I'm trying with my best effort to inspire you to go there, to leave the aggravation behind, to leave the aversion behind, to leave the disdain behind, to leave the attachment to bad things behind. And bad things you can redefine in a practical way and categorize them to just be aggravating things, right? That's aggravating. So why are you engaging with it? That right there is enough. This is aggravating me, I'm dropping it. Now, we are sold that that's some kind of weak strategy. Well, you're running away from problems. But we're really not. It's just a psychological exercise that keeps us detached from problems. That's the difference. We don't necessarily change the world with our thinking, but actually we do. It's a strange kind of thing that your perspectionism changes when you're able to do these things, unlike normal people, which makes it superhuman. But that doesn't mean we're gonna lord it over other people, say, hey, look at me, I'm so much better. No, it's about living better, thinking better, experiencing this dimension better. And that is the whole point. It's not about comparisons. It's not about common understandings of skill, because the music of your mind is the music you will hear. If it is good, you will experience that. At 3 a.m., it doesn't matter who's sleeping next to you, or if you're in a room full of people, if your mind is running into the hell realms because of unskillful behavior, including the way you think, then what does it matter who is around you, who is in your proximity? What matters is what is in your mind, in your soul, in your heart. Or not. For example, having nothing is better than having bad things, is it not? I don't have a rash. I don't have an illness. I don't have aggravating things in my mind on a continuous basis because I follow the 5 precepts as best I can. I also have mitigating strategies if that happens not to be the case, where I can take on additional precepts. And so there's that, the simple practice, the basic practice, foundational practice, but then it's off to the races of the mind. Just because you do that does not mean that there are not trace elements of unskillfulness within you all of a sudden. All of those have to be filtered out over time while engaging in psychological practice, DIY style. Just you. That's it. But not you, not yours. Cultivate nothingness for a while. Focus on the breath for 5 minutes. Why can't you focus on the breath for 5 minutes? Oh, no, I have to take care of this, take care of that. This is more important. This is crazy. I can't do that. 5 minutes. You can't do that. There are people that paint walls all day. Day in, day out, week in, week out. You can't take 5 minutes and think about nothing. How special are you again? How skilled, how big, how rich, what are you? And yet you can be none of those things. If you can cultivate that skill, you will have the direct fruit of that practice, which is nibbana. It's cool. This is fine right here, right now. Where I reside spiritually, it's hygienic. There's no stinky stuff, scratchy stuff, burning stuff in my mind at all. From time to time, at least, because I give it intentional directionality and effort in the most skillful way that I can, which can mean fading things. Oh, wait a second, let me forget that for a second. Whoops, missed me. Came at me at the front, I dodge it. I'm not wrestling with things that can be identified as aggravating. That is the wrong normal practice. Like, oh, wait a second. Now it's got this email. Okay, my day's wrecked. That's it. Enough said. Week wreck, month wreck, year wreck, life wreck. Yeah, people do it. Email comes in, my stocks and bonds. I thought I was a millionaire. I have no money. Bankrupt. Where is their security now? Well, it's not in their mind, and it's not outside of their mind. They lose their mind. They take drastic actions. They harm themselves. The physical harm is really just a small fraction. The internal psychological harm is more painful than death, which is why they look to death as a solution, which is also wrong view, because we know, or at least there's conjecture. We can't say that we know because the materialists dominate the conversation at this time. Let's just say we can't know definitively what happens after death, but there's enough conjecture by wise beings throughout time that seem to at least say that if you go into the next bardos with a bad state of mind, things will not get better for you spiritually. That there's a spiritual trace to our existence that is metaphysical. Of course, it's not just me saying this. We're talking about millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people that the materialists say are all deluded. They were always deluded. This was the big delusion. They're not deluded, no. But they also can't definitively say what happens, can they? They can't say that. They can just say, well, from our point of view, person died, that's it, end of story. We need not know more than that. Okay, that's pretty basic. But they also cannot state that there is nothing definitively after death, even though they can't see it. Oh, well, I don't care. I'm just going to rely on the basic stuff that I just said. If I can't prove it, then that's it. Well, look, that's a normal comment and vulgar view, isn't it? But if they're wrong, aren't they playing a kind of roulette with the afterlife? What if they're wrong? What if the Buddha's right instead? Oops. Oh, that guy with the golden statues all over the world since 2,500 years, who was considered to be a god on earth, omniscient, at least a prophet. That guy, forget about him. What does he know? They read a science book. That's it. They need not know more. Humbug. Okay. Yeah, sure. Look, there's people, you could tell them that there's gravity and it's a pretty constant natural variable.
And they won't believe you on that either. So people will believe or not believe what they want to believe. That's irrelevant. But what do you believe and why? And can you just leave the door open a crack? That what the Buddha said was true, that you should be very mindful of your mind states and take them very seriously, because you could die at any moment and you need to be prepared for that. And preparing means divesting yourself from aggravation and other mind poisons like greed. And you might not be able to do it all at once, but you can do it incrementally, because it's a cumulative skill kind of thing. Do you see where this is leading? So taking a deep breath right now. And then take a deep breath out and be so grateful that you got to hear that. How many people got to hear that? Oh, everybody gets to hear that. No, everybody doesn't get to hear that. You got to hear that. If that changed your mind, if that changed your point of view, if that got you out of whatever it is that you fell into or fall into from time to time as these words come ringing back to you in your darkest moments, and that door is left just open a crack that you can walk through at any time, that you're mindfully aware enough to take the initiative and do that, to reach the heavenly abodes of which gratitude is one, or at least part of one, because these abodes are vast, they're grand, they're heavenly. How much value can something like that have? Does that go beyond material values? How many barns do you own? Are you a rich person because of that? That's what worldly people say or think. I have 10 farms. What's this? Humbug. And yet they're thinking about the cows there, the patch, the scorched patch there, the weeds growing there, the fence that needs to be repaired there. Just running around in a circle for something they do not own, but they do think they own it, don't they? That's delusion, friends. But the person that has come to Nibbana, the person who has reached equanimity, the person who is not deluded, that person is grateful. Coming back to a moment, or for a moment, to the kilesas. Yes, any kind of agitating thing. See, just like that. Noise, that's what it is. It's loud. Why is it annoying? Well, it's loud. So you had quiet, you had peace and quiet, you had nothing coming into your space to jam it up. Well, aggravating things don't do that. You couldn't have predicted that someone... Now, let's think for a second. That loud noise, there's intentionality behind that you just heard, because the operator of that machine did not put in the necessary kind of consideration to reduce the loudness of the vehicle. You see, when you start getting into subnormalcy, you start getting into people that want to be noticed and they don't care how, and might also think that by producing the big noise because people look at them, that's better than not being seen at all, because they have an overinflated sense of importance. And that type of strategy feeds into that, because people look at them when they drive around with a noisy vehicle
whether they like them or not. Because this is how animals operate on a mammalian level. Well, if the other animals look at me, I'm important. How do I make that happen? Well, they take the subnormal strategy because they have nothing supernormal to offer. In fact, wanting attention is already a defilement. It's already unskillful. Why do you want other people to notice you? What would be the point of that? Well, then I get validation. I get egoic validation. Well, that's very mammalian. It's not very skillful. And in fact, getting negative attention actually has a negative causality or karma to it, doesn't it? Drive around with a car like that, you might have a 20% increase in being stopped by the police, for example. Or 20% increase in not being liked by your neighbors for objective reasons, such as your overly loud vehicle that you made overly loud because there's no reason to make it that loud, because normal cars aren't that loud, that when you drive by the walls reverberate and the windows rattle, kind of thing. 100 cars drove by, that was the one car that was just that loud. Right? So we're talking the top 1% of subnormalcy. In given the parameters of today. So is that the type of attention you should want as a skillful person? No? But do unskillful people exist? Yes? Well, that's sort of the drama of life. But of course, skillful practitioners are all about regulating that, being aware of that, and also not investing an iota of extra time into aggravating things that need not be aggravating if you just simply delete the aggravating thing from your consciousness. Look, it's quiet now. So where is that aggravating thought? Oh, it's driven away into an aggravating universe of aggravating things. And there's a lot more where that came from. So do give some attention to your environment, but just like a horsefly buzzing into a room, we do not live in a perfect dimension. So there's skillful ways of dealing with unpleasant things. And there's also skillful ways of dealing with pleasant things. Oh, this is so pleasant. I want more of this. Well, that's not skillful either. It's aversion and desire. So disconnect from aversion, disconnect from desire, follow the middle path of perfect equanimity. No want, and also no ill will. That aversion. Especially as whatever socioeconomic, political, psychological conditions become more and more revolting in the modern world, contrary to all expectations of all good people that may have been delusional in a utopianistic kind of mind frame, that can lead to disappointment that is also unnecessary. Start getting into perfectionism. Everything should be perfect because I'm me, because this is my life, because I deserve it, because you can go around and 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 around like that. And how are you more skillful again? Just because you think so? Because you have a conceit that keeps you thinking so? Could that be egoic too? Just like the subnormally loud person that you have all that aversion for? See? So take aversion as a teacher. What is it about it that is ill will generating. And if it's a teacher, wow, that's practice. Right? Holding yourself in a body plank kind of position for 15 seconds, that's sort of challenging too. You do that 10 times a day, every day, for a year, you will get amazing kinds of results in terms of physical strength and mental fortitude, because most people just want to do the comfortable things, the easy things. Just hold a plank position for 15 seconds 10 times a day? Oh no, that's horrible. That's prison. That's punishing. That's not comfortable. That's not lying around on a feather bed and smashing your face full of pastries and watching mind rot, whatever, cartoons, the boob tube all day. I mean, there are people that do that, don't they? Don't be one of those. If you're one of those, be aware that you're doing that. Stop doing that. Comfort is not the end-all, be-all of this existence. Skillful discomfort, i.e. certain austerities, micro-austerities, can help get you closer to the middle if you're too far out in the comfortable direction, in your comfort zone, as they say. Now, some people were like, oh, I got to get out of my comfort zone, because that's what the teacher said. Well, not necessarily. Maybe you're doing too much of that. Maybe you want now discomfort overly much because you imperfectly believe that you're too comfortable when you might not be. You might be too uncomfortable. Right? Just like hypochondriacs. I got to do more and more and more for my health because obviously I need it because, but no, a normal person says, hey, guess what? You're a damn hypochondriac. There is dust in this room, but it's not carcinogenic necessarily, and there will not necessarily be a room without dust in it. So, and oh, by the way, we all die anyway, so maybe you're over exaggerating, but maybe that's you telling you that, and now you can talk yourself down from these overly sensitive kinds of positions, because that would be closer to the middle path in actuality and not some kind of distorted, delusional version of that neurotics have, which is what makes them neurotic. But that can be changed with awareness and skillful practice. But it has to be repetitive. It's not a program that you could say, okay, one and done, I understood that. Let me get on to my other book now. I'm reading about microbiology, and then all of a sudden the car rides like, damn it, and you're back to square one. No, this is a lifelong, every mind moment for the rest of your life kind of practice. And not just this life, but all of the lives to come. That's what Sammasambuddha practice is sort of like. Oh no, only the Buddha was able to do that. He was a special person. He is the only one, and that's why he's a god. And then there's just people like that, but not like me. That's too much. I'm not capable of doing. Wrong. The Buddha was a very fallible person, which is why we reflect on his life. Very fallible. So many mistakes he made. Reading about his life, so many mistakes. Early life, big mistakes. Everything he did before the age of 29, absurdly misguided in a lot of ways. I'm sure that's the way he saw it too, after enlightenment. But then he had 6 years of grueling kinds of austerities that, the normal, fat and happy, kind of go-lucky person will never commit to or undergo because it wasn't their karma. They're in some kind of softball, cotton candy existence. perhaps again subnormal, heading into the garbage disposal of the universe, the hell realms, and there's nothing anyone can do about that except them. But they would have to be aware and then also commit themselves to supernormalcy consistently over time, like masterful athletes or martial arts practitioners or literary people or philosophers or anyone that's considered extremely talented at a later date. But to get there, usually they had to put in the work to do it, but that doesn't seem so apparent to people all the time. They just think, well, these people are exceptional. And they're, from a different planet, and I'm me, and they make all these different excuses for themselves. Talk themselves out of it delusionally. Can't do that. Holding a plank position, 15 seconds, 10 times a day, can't do that. Too hard. I have a sprained back, right? You hear these people all the time. Well, they talk themselves out of it, which is why they don't do it, which is why they don't get the results, which is why that's karma, isn't it? Causality. But you don't have to be that way, but you can recognize it as such. I like to keep coming back to, you do bad things, you create bad results, kind of causality, people, that's it. An atheist could agree to that. You don't have to bring God into the argument. That's why Buddhism is called practical philosophy, on a very basic traction, like low level that gets you the kind of optionality that you need to be a good person despite bad circumstances, bad ideas, bad times, bad changing forms and conditions, including lying in a hospital room, being devoured, kinds of karmic realities that people have from time to time with old age, sickness, and death. But we can see that with total neutrality. It's just the way the human body can compose given different factors that may or may not be scientifically quantifiable. Okay, so if that gives anyone out there closure, thank you for being a part of this dimension in this bardo, and I really do hope you've made some progress, because the theory is that there's billions of lives, future and past, and that even if you do one good deed a day, that can completely change your trajectory in this universal kind of space. And so you really do have to keep asking yourself if what you're doing is actually good or if it's just hot BS, sold as that by charlatans. There's a lot missing in our culture, and they killed it, and then they replaced it with something bad, and you need it, but they don't want you to have it, or only their version of it. So yeah, it's a war crime. It's genocidal. It's what sadistic, tyrannical maniacs do if they can get away with it. And you can do it by neglect, or you can do it intentionally. And it really doesn't matter which one, because the result is the same, which is sadism. Sadism is not a good end state. Not for the individual. See, let's come back. I'm not preaching to anyone. I'm just saying, talking. Not to anyone in particular. No time, no historical epoch, nothing that could get a materialist's panties in a jam. Just pure philosophy without any reference point. Because we can do that. Because as human beings, we can abstract our personalities out of the equation and take on a neutral perspective on things in order to achieve good conditions for ourselves and others, which is based on individual practical philosophies such as the 5 precepts and building on top of that. I can say this to friends, I can say it to enemies, I can say it to all living creatures, especially those that were fortunately born
into this human existence in order to make these transformations, because they are transformational, because you leave the bad and you cultivate the good, even if you're starting with nothing. In fact, you might have to start from nothing, like you do on a farm. You destroy everything in order to plant the good grain in your mind with good thoughts and weed out the bad ones. Does that make me a bad person for saying that in this time where any type of opinion can be politicized by any type of PR company that pays people to do things like that for nefarious reasons that have terrible effects because they're presented as the point of view when they're not? They're the opposite kind of thing, unpopular popularity. So, look, these are just times in which humanity can descend from time to time, but it's like bad weather or a mismanaged company or environmental devastation or it's a management question. Can things get better? Of course they can. Do they have to stay the same? They won't stay the same no matter what. So yeah, things can get worse. They already have for people who know, but these people pretend not to know that. What did they get out of it? Well, who knows? Maybe $100K a year and that's it. Better than whatever stinky hole they might otherwise be stuffed into. But that motive should not supersede the high quality of living that we all enjoy, and so that we can engage in self-care, so that we can be less bad people. We're not going to be perfect. It's just about less bad. If you drink 5 beers a day, work towards drinking just 2. And then from 2 to 1 and from 1 to none kind of thing. The same thing with your thoughts, right? Drinking starts with a thought. You have to recognize the thought and then let the thought go. Just like you would catch a pigeon and let that go too, because you don't eat pigeons and you don't want to harm them, because that's one of the 5 precepts. And so, look, you're compassionate to pigeons. That principle will, by osmosis, seep into you, and you will be less harmful to yourself. Self-harm is a real thing. You people out there working yourselves to death. I've heard people have put themselves in the hospital and need saline bags because they get rah-rahed into just performing the numbers instead of taking care of themselves. Yes, there are people like that, and no, they are not bad people, but you can have bad practice, and any human being can do that to themselves and get the same results, or worse. And I've done it, the Buddha did it, everybody that ever went through this thing called life did it at one time. There are no perfect people here. It's not about being perfect. It's not about being better than others. It's about not harming ourselves or others, right? That or others part, that comes a lot later, but it's genuine because it's real, because we've already practiced it on ourselves. In fact, that is our practice. We don't do it. If we're a doctor, we don't harm others. We're healing others or not, but not everyone. People who don't want to be healed, we can't heal them. Hey, buddy, stop smoking. Right? He doesn't listen. Whose responsibility is it? The doctor's or the man who does not listen to the doctor, who wants the best for him? Even though 10 other people said, hey, you can't tell him that. Smoking is perfectly, look, everyone makes a decision. I'm not saying, perhaps in other people's cases, they don't need to stop. They can enjoy tobacco from time to time, and it's not an addiction. Okay? I'm not saying be a Puritan either. I'm giving people the middle path, because that's what practical philosophy is about. It's not about religion, although religion makes it more important than a practical philosophy. And this is something you should make as important as a religion. Because it deserves it. Because it's the quintessential religion. And yet, if it's done unskillfully, it can, yes, be perverted into egotism, right? Or the too far on that side of the barrel people dance on, called life. And then it harms them again. So it's desire and aversion, both of them you have to navigate between or away from. Not just one or the other. The simplest of stupid people go to things they desire like a moth to the flame. They get burnt. That's what happens. And then, though, the smart people think, yeah, not liking anything is a form of perfectionism or purity. That's unskillful too. Better than anyone else, it's not like that. Other people suffer tremendously more, maybe even 10 times, 1,000 times more than you do or did. But your suffering, it's so important because you're so important. But their suffering, why is it less important? On the other hand, we can't prioritize the suffering of other people either, right? Why? Just because people suffer, that's neither here nor there, is it? Everybody's got a sad story if they want one. I was born, now I have to die. This is terrible. Right? Let's just bring it down to that. Anybody could say that or see things that way. In fact, the Buddha saw things that way for a while, which is why he had an existential crisis that nearly cost him his life. Like almost, like within reach, death was near. Look at the statues of the starving Buddha. If you don't believe me, why believe me? Don't believe other people that pretend to be religious, and yet what did they end up with? But the results are bad. Because these jive talkers, they got into religion. Probably always were in religion. The religion of ripping other people off and misleading them. So what you call religion and what you have as a practical philosophy, you best figure that one out as quickly as possible, but it might just mean slowing down and letting everything go and starting up incrementally again without so many big important opinions that might keep you from doing the right thing or blaming others or yourself or oscillating between the two, which is the holistic path of healing and self-care, which is also self-interest, but not to the extent that it would also harm others, other living beings. That's the sensitivity that the practice also has. You cannot have compassion for yourself if you are not compassionate with other living creatures, at least on an abstract level. To at least be able to access that idea. And then, again, you don't have to keep it on all the time. It's just practicing, making sure there's nothing broken up there. Now somebody comes up in my face and is like, broken? What are you talking about, broken? Nobody can be broken like that. Look, buddy, people are different. There are some people out there that have not felt a thing for years. They stare in front of themselves and feel nothing. So whatever level of self-care you're on, great. But there are people out there, believe me, that are at a very less higher level than you. So yeah, all these talks about self-care, for the egotist, it might be overblown, but for the person who's working themselves to death, and there's a lot of people like that, they're the ones that need to hear this message. I'm not talking to roustabouts, people that don't work for a living, or who knows what other luxury classes this globe sponsors.
So your little group or your little perspective, again, is not being addressed in this lecture. But you can see how the ego attaches to it as if someone is being engaged and in some kind of negative way, when in fact, we're just talking philosophy. If it wasn't me talking, there would be a lawnmower running somewhere, and you'd be hearing that instead of these just beautiful words, beautiful wishes, beautiful insights of the jade vehicle, the instrument panel, the fine ornament and design, the heavenly abodes. So if you don't like that, nobody forces you to listen. But to listen to that might have some benefit for you. That's the point. So that is not an enemy. You need to see one from the other, be able to differentiate between the charlatan and the authentic teaching. I keep saying comedy, 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 comedy. Your 18th mind moment, comedy, come on. Make it funny. Don't let yourself get down about whatever it is. It could be relationships, it could be the work, it could be space dukkha. That's what I call it. There's really lineage to the word dukkha. It's not dookie, it's dukkha. But they're very close. Dookie is dukkha. Space dukkha comes out of space. Why is your day wrecked? Why is your mind moment wrecked? Look, everybody has a reason. Those are variables. Your variables. The variables have changed, changing forms and conditions. But detach from that, please. You have that optionality. If you invest your time, if you get sucked in, if your identity or whatever else has become attached to that variable, you're done, you're smoked, you're crispy, you're going to get burnt up. Pull up, pull up. I keep saying, this is me. Hello, Houston. This is Houston. Pull up. See, that's what I'm saying. You're hearing me, but you're sort of half unconscious. You're groggy. That stick between your legs, you got to pull it toward yourself, and you're going to avert disaster that way, just by degree. But your variables could be roasting you. Look, it's like the fiery furnace. Look at metal being forged. That glowing metal, and it's constitute your molecules so that you're a more stable and hardened form. You are stronger. Every experience, every training exercise, my entire book bag ripped open. This was an experimental design I was working on. At a crucial moment, I felt like the last kind of idiot. I had put in so much effort into this design, and it failed at a critical moment. But guess what? It was just a training exercise. I pulled myself together, pulled it all together, and I changed the design, and it never happened again. But I think of that time, and you should think of your times, your variables, how or whatever it was. You might have been skillful or not so skillful, but it doesn't really matter if you have no ego, no self. It's cool. It was training. It doesn't matter. Like, however embarrassed I was in that moment, first off, nobody saw it. So how can I be embarrassed of my own failings when nobody else is there but me? How? See, comedy routine. People, look, the audience is laughing like crazy. It's a runaway laughter. Ever see a wave at a sporting event? Starts off in a little compartment, and then it catches on, it goes around the stadium time after time. That's that laughter. It starts low, works up, and people are just out of their minds. because they realize it's true. What he's saying is the truth. It's so funny. This mammalian kind of way of life that we live. We drink a lot of substances. Well, guess what? We have to go pee-pee a lot. We eat foods that mess with our stomach. We wake up a lot. We have a lot of anxiety. A lot of us are neurotics. Overthinking things. How about overthinking fitness? There are people out there, they are beating their bodies up. They are ripped. And yet they're doing nothing but nonsense. They're essentially putting themselves in an early grave for vanity or some kind of social convention that is bizarre. And this goes back to distortions like Arnold Schwarzenegger or bodybuilding and overdoing a good thing kind of thing. So we can forgive ourselves for that, and we can still find a middle path. No drugs, no steroids, right? No mind-altering substances. 5 precepts, that includes whatever chemistry that you may or may not be caught up on. I heard a lot of high-performance people got into the mind chemistry kind of game and got burned on that. So don't be advised, that's not advisable. Okay? And not getting caught up on aggravating things is always advisable. That's why we laugh so hard. When it could just, look, at any day, there could be any random dumb thing that leads to comedy and you just start laughing. Okay? So that is a certain kind of gold in this dimension, this bardo, that we should not underestimate. So keep one eye open for it at all times. In fact, maybe cultivate that kind of perspective instead of taking things way too seriously, which we know will burn ourselves up. So we don't do that. We look at it in a comedic light. And the bullet dodges us. Like we don't even dodge the bullet. It's like a cartoon. The bullet comes like an Elmer Fudd or something. And then it does like a U-turn and misses. Okay? That's the realm we're in. It's like Gumby. It's elastic. It's funny. We just pulled a clod of clay out of the ground and started shaping it and taking pictures, and all of a sudden it was a funny cartoon kind of thing. That's how you turn a frown upside down. That's the art of comedy. And some young person came up and was like, was it really true that supermodels were knocking down your door and all of that? Is that an over-exaggeration? Thank you. Well, it's hard to say, really, but let's just say some of it might have been true, but in any case, it's always a good thing when men and women can come to some type of amicable understanding and way of life, isn't it? It's wonderful. I have met some of the most magical women the world has ever produced. And I want to say thank you to every last one of them because they were all amazing in their own way. But I don't mean in that way. See, this is the comedy part. I mean for their minds, just their effervescent, life-affirming, diligent, dutiful kind of mentality that has enriched the world all over the place wherever it wasn't misdirected and went into the right places and achieved the right things. So help us all, God. Amen. So you see, you can take it that way, or look, I'm very grateful, and I think they're great. But guess what? I'm not the guy that would send any women into combat to get killed. Imagine that. Me, there would be no female combat fatalities. But they say I hate women. But maybe it's their ego of misguided kind of women that think they can do everything when they can't. But I hate them? What? It's crazy. We live in a strange time. But with me, not one single combat fatality. But I'm a hater? It doesn't make any sense. But they're like, yeah, you can dig a hole and charge a fortification in Fort the Morning, and you should be proud and to do that kind of argument. Yet they're on your side. How is that? See, this is why women are so stupid that one thought they should not vote. But see, look, they're going around and around in that washing machine. Wait, what he said is offensive, but it's so true. And the effects and outcome of that are so catastrophic that we're all so horrified. And yet we're still laughing, and it's like one of those mixed bag kind of things that hopefully we can get ourselves back on the ground and lose that ego so that we don't blow ourselves and everyone else all up kind of thing. Ha ha, look, the applause sign. You got to encourage them these days because so many of them have lost the dang minds out there, haven't they? Yes, they have. A lot of them, they're 50 cents short. They want to buy something. You ever stand in line at the supermarket? Somebody, they're 50 cents short. Then they got to get the manager. They got to bring the key. It's like a nuclear code they got to cancel. Because they don't have their money right. They don't have their mind right. They don't have their bodies right. These are some of the worst failures the world has ever known, and yet they think they own the moon or something. All of human history or whatever else it is, they're going to become generals now. This is just absurd, isn't it? So I think 80% of them get it, but that 20%, whoa, dense as a rock and misguided as an asteroid, and yet they think they're on fire. Well, in a way they are, aren't they? Because they ain't coming back as a human being. I think they've gone beyond the realms. But, that ain't funny to say that, right? Boo, boo, the hecklers. I got the security team all of a sudden lights up because the hecklers coming in. No, he can't say that. That's too far. Oh, well, yeah, I guess so. But it just happened, so I guess the spotlight's on them. And all of their cronies in the courts are understanders. People gonna listen to every last complaint like that. Write it up and take it seriously. And then prosecute. What kind of person would do that? Except someone that really thinks they're doing the right thing by doing the wrong thing kind of thinking. That is very strange, but very prevalent in terrible places for despotic reasons. But changing forms and conditions might change that. We'll see, right? Every day is a new day. Now, at first hearing, if one hears that there's a lot of suffering out there in that world, that one might think that that's a pessimistic view, but it's a realistic view. So if you're not out there in that wide world, running around for a lot of nothing, essentially vanity, if you're engaging in prayerful meditation, deep prayerful meditation, playful experimentation, in solitude, then do realize you're engaging in some of the highest forms of exercises and attainments that can be performed in the human dimension. And that really should be enough. And if it isn't, realize that that is wrong view. It's pulling you in one direction or another. What are you missing again? What would Mara have you miss? That's what you're missing out on? That's likely a delusion, friend. It's just presenting the one thing that would persuade you at that moment to pull you out of satisfaction, out of, hey, you know what, this breath, it's just fine. It's enough. There's really nothing more to it than that. But if we're run ragged by our desires and aversions, well, we don't get there, we aren't there, we're elsewhere. And it's understandable that it's the common, normal, vulgar thing to be ripped out of a state of prayerful meditation and into the worldly ways, the worldly winds. But we can find ourselves again and again and again and again because that's the practice. It's realistic. It's a practical practice. It's not the practice that's impractical. It's the practice of increments. It's the practice of renunciation. And you can go into it at different times. If you're a young person, maybe it's just a week or a day or an hour or a month or a year or however long as you want it to be. So don't talk yourself out of it thinking it's some kind of totally radical path. It might just be your karma to have 3 days and not a day more. But if it is 3 days, then be present in those 3 days and sort out the mind poisons that might be infesting your life at any given moment in time. It might be jealousy. It might be ill will. It might be greed. It might be delusion. It might be all those things at once. Well, that's what you're dealing with. Keep a stiff upper lip and wear it out with patience. It's just about the next 5 minutes like this. Reclaiming your sanity. One breath at a time as the grip of the world is loosened and the strings of puppetry are cut. And you need not be pulled in any one direction, certainly not unwholesome ones, no matter how much energy they may appear to have over you. You can wear them out because they are not you, they are not yours. That is the chief delusion. If you can see that, if you can just acknowledge the theory of that, you can be patient and wear them out. and they will loosen their grip and finally depart from you and leave you in a state of the heavenly abodes. And once there, you can cultivate that space. And that is good enough. There's nothing better, really. But there sure is a lot worse. Never forget that. Oh, this is boring. This isn't this. This isn't. Well, you know what it isn't? It's not unnecessarily suffering about some nonsense or another. And that is worth a lot. More than you might know. Because you might just have only the next 5 minutes, the next 2 minutes. And that's why you should never forget, death is right around the corner. It is. It really is. It might not be you today that dies. It might be someone you know. Maybe they're already dead. You just haven't been informed yet. Maybe it's unavoidable. Maybe there's so many changing forms and conditions that this contemplation before it happens might prepare you for when it does. And so when it does, and it must be that way, you are not ripped out of your delusions in an unskillful way. And you can appreciate them more while they still live by understanding that that is not forever. And so prizing it more, which you would otherwise just take in for granted. Well, oh yeah, of course they're Allah. Of course. Why would... What? See, somebody just got that phone call. The unskillful, padooja ding down kind of culture we live in sets people up like that and then smashes them in the face. Sets them up to fail. But not this practice. So no, it's not morbid. It's not alienation from life. It's detachment from all things just because we can practice that. Because it's these attachments that can draw us one way or another, wanting this but not wanting that. Wanting this but not wanting that. Thinking this or that about self when that is also a delusion. I've been insulted. A thing called I has been insulted. But why? Why does it think that? What if it's just absurd? What if you're dealing with general padooji ding dong, unskillfulness, randomness, or utterly hateful, retrograde and misguided people, which are all over this place. They dot the landscape. Functionally insane people that may or may not have some kind of say in things for a time in your life, but that should not be the determinant factor, should it? Crazy person, you could bump into a crazy person on the street, don't mean nothing. Could also bump into a saint. Now, you would like to be like one and not like the other, but many times that has nothing to do with it, does it? Just pure randomness. Or perhaps the influence of Mara that just wants to play a damn trick on you. Poof, there's the screaming mad person. On this day, at this hour, nothing special about it. Here's this person with this wrong view. Nothing special about it. Right view is often rare. It's rare in ourselves, and it's certainly rare in others, especially if they don't or haven't cultivated that, because we don't live in a culture that cultivates right view, do we? We have a culture that cultivates wrong views. This wrong view, that wrong view, whatever wrong view they could foist off on you at the moment. You got a team of schlubs ready to push it on you like crack. And yet, what do you get out of it? Well, nothing but aggravation. If you let yourself get caught up in it, but it might just be you have to endure it like a storm. Right? Thunder and lightning, boom, boom, and then it's gone. You didn't let yourself get worked up about it. There was nothing to get worked up about. Changing forms and conditions. Well, this house should have had some smart people in it, but you went in and it's filled with dunces. Conceited, misguided, opinionated, wrong view kind of dunces. Oops, what a surprise. That's the comedy of your day, perhaps. Does not mean that you know everything. So you don't need to go the other way to conceit, do you? Well, I am all-knowing. Well, no, you're not that either. You can make mistakes just like people with wrong view do. You can have compassion instead of disdain. But you can also be very well pleased to be apart from any old nonsense at any old time and not feel like you're missing out on anything, because you really aren't. Especially if you would not be making progress or regressing, becoming less aware, becoming more egoically perfectionist, captured kind of thing, rather than awakened, waker than before. Gratitude, there it is, I said it again. Gratitude is your mission. You woke up, the first question that comes to your mind should be, what can I be grateful for today? And if something doesn't come to mind instantly, you can be grateful that you woke up alive, which means you have the opportunity to hone your skills by practicing, and reclaiming your focus is a big part of that, which is your focus is on the good things. Because there's so many bad things out there. Your mind, if you let it run like a monkey mind, you let it run like just imagine just a maniac monkey running through. Something startled it, right? Somewhere there's just a burst of gunfire, and that monkey is out of its mind, doesn't even know what happened. Yeah, that's what your mind can do. So it's not skillful to do that, but of course it's understandable in a mammalian kind of way. When monkeys go crazy, you can have compassion for them. So you can have compassion for your mind. So it's not about blaming. You're not defective. But you have to be a monkey trainer. And starting off your monkey mind with a nice little pellet of gratitude every day is the compassionate thing to do. The pellet of understanding for yourself and others. Other crazy monkeys out there, they're losing their minds. So you can have compassion for them to an extent, but you can also insulate yourself from the adversity of the world as well, which includes insanity, social subversion, cultural degradation, criminality, avarice, greed, but also wants and desires. Well, because I want this, I'm dissatisfied now. That's like a reverse payment plan where you don't get anything back and you don't get the thing you want anyway. It's the dumbest of planning strategies, and the results are predictable, and that is the truth. But the art is to catch yourself doing that and stop yourself doing that and then reclaim your focus. What can you be grateful for now? What? Give yourself time. It might not come instantly. And then maybe write a list like this, then wait some more, this. Just let a whole left-hand side of things develop. Give yourself a half hour. Why not? Every day. You can start off in the morning. Or here's another good trick. You catch yourself awfulizing something or running down the monkey path. As punishment, you will say, all right, I'm taking a 30-minute gratitude break. So first off, I'm completely separating myself from any kind of aggravating thing. I will leave a room. I will leave a house. I will leave a street behind, a building, even if it's just walking. If you have to say you're taking a smoke break, then do that. You don't have to tell people what you're doing. Hey, I'm taking a smoke, or that. Just don't smoke, or pretend to, or do something else. But during that time, while you're walking, you're performing walking meditation. You're letting go and detaching from any kind of aggravation. And then you're also thinking or saying gratitude. Or you could say Buddho, 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 or awake, awake, awake. That's always a good beginning. And then gratitude, gratitude, gratitude. And then you can go in, what is the good, is the sun shining? Is the weather nice? Wow. Why haven't I been thinking about that instead of these missiles falling all around me? Or double backflipped, hateful, imbecilic kind of people that might appear from time to time or come back in the form of memories. Right? Our monkey mind always comes back really to the most aggravating thing that we've experienced lately. That's extremely vulgar. It's extremely common, and it's extremely normal, and it's something that you can skillfully stop doing. There's so many things we can skillfully stop doing. We can stop blaming people, right? If we're angry, it's not the other person's fault. It's our way of seeing it. It's our attachments to maybe a desired outcome, which is normal. I wanted the ice cream in the ice cream cone. The person put it in a cup. And then when I took it to my mouth, a clown popped up out of nowhere and slapped it right out of my hand and splattered it up against the wall. I'm angry. It's so normal. But see, you could see it as funny. Like, whoa. This is the absurdest thing I've ever experienced. This is amazing. See, you could see it like that, like comedians do, because they're pulling all of the atrocities of their life together and they're reinterpreting them. But not because they have the need to overcome these things. No, they've let them go. But now they're just engaging in artistic expression and putting random things together. And even exasperating the formula that one experienced and blowing it up and making it so absurd that one starts to laugh. Like other people, if they hear that story, they stop what they're doing, they start staring, and then it just takes off like a sneeze. They start giggling, and then it blows their mind. They start laughing and laughing and laughing. And you were able to do that because you detached personally from the blame game. You detached from your attachments. And you saw it in a funny way. Yeah, I was the guy that slipped out on the banana peel, but just any old random person slipping out on a banana peel, that's funny. It's normal not to feel that way when you're the person who slips out of the peel. But can you laugh at yourself? Please laugh at yourself. Please laugh at a self, the concept of self. That we fall into that delusion again and again because it's also a social game. No, you're not a genius. You're the schlub at the factory that didn't empty the garbage pail on time because some condom class person thinks that's what you are and not what you really are. Kind of absurd situations that may fill your life for years and months and weeks. But if that's not your story, if that's not your reality, that's funny, isn't it? So sometimes you're in your own story and sometimes you're not. And that gives you variability, that gives you perspective, and that gives you an arresting sense of humor. Like your sense of humor, it handcuffs the reality. The reality doesn't handcuff the humor. Humor shows up, hey, this is humor, please. Click, clack, you're arrested. You're coming into my clown town. This whole situation is funny. But, and that's because I have nothing to do with it. There's not a thing called I. Not even an iota of it is invested in this narrative of absurdity, of subversion, of denigration, of flipping, memory wars, accusations, well poisonings, incriminations, humiliation, all of that crap is not part of you. It's not you, it's not yours, it's not anything other than air pollution. Is that yours? Did you build the smokestack and make the widgety wonks that some bag hog kind of personality thought was more important than the environment? Did you do that? No. Well, then it can be funny to you, especially if you get thousands of miles of distance behind you. What if it was just a volcano that exploded and threw ash up into the air and destroyed the environment? Why can't you see that as neutral within this realm of cosmic forces? It's not outside the realm of possibility. Mount Etna, love that place. But not when it's blowing up. It's not the place to be, is it? Where would if I had my beach towel and my magic carpet and my shades and my Hawaiian shirt and shorts and sandals, and I'm walking towards it and it blows up, I'm turning around, I'm turning on my heels And I'm going in the other direction, no matter how wonderful Mount Etna is. Okay? And then you can think of it as funny. Isn't it funny? I planned months in advance to get there on the day that, luckily, the day before, I was delayed. See, I was really angry that the flight was delayed, but that was an angel that did that so that I would show up a day late the day before the whole thing blew up. And I got to watch from a safe distance. And then I said, thank you. I said, this is something to be profoundly grateful for. It's amazing. It's unbelievable. And yet my monkey mind just 24 hours ago was chattering and screaming, and my head was going back and forth like that, and I was jumping up and down. And look at that lesson. Look at that lesson. That this cosmic place of teaching has taught me in such a fascinating, profound, and deep way. Why can't you make your lives like that? What's stopping you? Well, if it's stopping you, get it out of the way, drop it, feed it, lose it, smoke it, right? Twist out of it, double back flip out of it, acrobat yourself, jump on a springboard, jump over it, somersault over it. Whatever it is, you can lose these thoughts. You can lose these things that keep re-engaging you and keep activating aversion or disappointment or blame or any of the other kilesas. Like I said, get yourself a list, open up Wikipedia, write them all down. Be aware of them, be mindful of them, recognize them when they arise as such, and be prepared. I have a little penknife with me. I don't know exactly when, but having a sharp object to cut things, it could be a package, it could be something else. It's just there. I have it. In fact, there's even like a string attached to it so I don't lose it. And if I need it, then I use it. And your knowledge, your wisdom, your insight into kilesas, that's your little pocket knife. When they show up, you recognize them and you cut them dispassionately. And do not see them as part of you or yours or yourself. They're not. They're a category. They have been identified. Just like cyanide is a chemical. It's harmful to your health. Don't imbibe in it. It's that clinical. It's that dispassionate. It's that black and white. There's no discussion. Well, a little drop, it won't kill you. No. You wouldn't do it with cyanide, so don't do it with any of the kilesas. None of it is you or yours. None of it. Not an atom of it is you or yours. But if you engage with it, if you let it conduct itself through your mind, if you interact with it, if you let it take over, then that is what you will experience in this dimension. But why would you do that if you were compassionate to yourself first and others as well? But that comes second, because it has to have that first step. So if they told you that means you're being selfish, then they are wrong. But in a way, they're sort of right. If you can transform the self to be immune to those things, which might take months and weeks and years, then that's just what you're going to do, because super normalcy is not normal per definition. No one is born super normal in these kinds of arts because it's not a science. No one. Not here, not in this dimension. This dimension where Mara is out and about, outside and inside. That's not what Jesus said. Did he? That's not what the Buddha said. So it has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with this dimension and how it works and how we can work within it skillfully by detaching from these things. What has got a hold on you, that's the point of contact. That's what you have to unravel. And again, use every tool in your toolbox. If you don't have one, find a new one to get rid of these things. They will destroy your life here and in the lives to come and everyone else around you. It is important. Oh, it's not important that I'm in a bad mood. No, it is very important. You might be dead in the next 2 minutes. And that mood, it carries over. That's why there's so many ghosts in this realm. They're stuck in a mind moment that they were not unskillful enough to get themselves out of at the moment of impact when everything exploded and they were trapped in this realm without their bodies. That's the theory. Anyway, we're never going to get closure from that by materialists, by the way. These pseudo-intellectual materialists that, here, I have an electron microscope here, so obviously ghosts don't exist. Okay, what else do they know doesn't exist? What about dark energy or dinosaurs before the 17th century? They didn't exist either until they dug out a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Like, what's this? Put it in a museum. Oh, this is a fabrication. They never existed. Yeah, that's exactly the type of social process that took place in academia back in the day, full of the dunces that they had versus the pseudo-intellectuals that we have to put up with as a form of socioeconomic, psychological pollution that has been blasted in all of our faces due to, condom class dynamics. People that figured out a money machine for themselves and don't want anyone else fiddling with it, came up with these destructive social policies. Keep us all perpetually broke and extremely angry, right? Because that's not the natural state of mankind, right? You have a farm, whatever, a little plot of land, do a little hunting on the side, maybe a little forestry, cultivate some plants with some people just like you, because it's like an extended family. That's sort of how animals in the Serengeti, like zebras, that's how they live, although they don't cultivate those things. But they go where they like to go, and other animals predate on them. But by and large, their culture is intact. Whereas in the human realm, you can see Mora-like agents making those things difficult on a daily basis for warlike reasons. We don't like you. We don't want you here. We're afraid. Right? We have the biggest country on earth. It's the most wealthy country on earth. We're so afraid somebody would take it from us. We have to start attacking people. And denying that we're doing that because we have to make sure everyone's weak around us, because otherwise we would lose everything. Oh my God, oh my God. There's people who think like this. This is the demon of greed. It's the demon of attachment. And there are people possessed by it. And it provides the rationale for the horrible criminal deeds that they perpetuate on a mass scale, industrial level, every day. Are they reachable or are they identifiable? Well, who knows? But you might be stuck in some kind of realm that is adversely affected to a greater degree than other places that aren't as adversely affected. But as far as your mind space goes, that should be pristine. Now that you have an understanding of how things can work in this realm, you can also detach from those things. You can have closure, gain closure on those things. Yes, greed exists. We have greedy people. And then this is what they do. And it's bad, yes, but we resolve not to be that way, and we also resolve not to get rooked overly much by them. We limit our exposure. We also take the initiative. We are proactive in not being predated upon or taking whatever it is they say at face value. Because that would be idiocy, wouldn't it? Something that they assume that you are, which is essentially wrong if you cultivate a spirit of wisdom. But realize these things require patience. Some of these things, they get such a grip on you. That little monkey hand, it is so... Have you ever seen monkeys steal cameras? You try to get it back, or see the people try to get it back. Those little hands, they grab onto things so tightly. You could whirl the camera strap around your head like a propeller, and the monkey will not let go. Just like it grabs little branches. Monkey hands are very strong. And so are your attachments to things that can drive you crazy if you let them. So realize what you're dealing with and start developing counterintuitive, that is to say counter-self strategies that will help you loosen those little hands on those destructive things. Like maybe you have to produce an imaginary grape or a bushel of them, and then you wave it in front of the monkey's nose. Oh, you want the camera? Oh, you do? Well, what about this? And then it sees that, loosens its grip on the camera, and then poof, both monkey and bushel of grapes disappear. That's what you can do in the spiritual realm. But only if you take the initiative. So do that now. I not only give you permission to do it, I command you to do it. That is your duty. But keep in mind, it's not as simple as the example that I just gave you. That's a wonderful win-win situation, the one I just explained. But those little monkey hands, like I said, if they are determined, and many times they are determined, aren't they determined to wreck your day because they grab onto the thing that makes you the most angry, agitated, disappointed, depressed, misguided, you name it. The weakest link. And sometimes it's just because you've experienced horrific things by horrific people over extended periods of time. But maybe it was also just your way of seeing that way. When in fact, if you gain this kind of insight via that way, then you see, they did you a favor, didn't they? But it might be that you require, especially in the beginning, because these things are counterintuitive, that you're going to have to bring the patience of a bodhisattva to the matter, which is somewhere between divine dedication and that what is possible for a human to achieve. But patience does not mean that you are outcome dependent. It means patience, the concept of patience. Deepen your understanding of the word patience. Just thinking to myself, what could be something that could help common people or normal people, and the perspectivist shift, I think, of thinking of this realm as hell could help. Like, now some people would say, well, this sounds, that's an over-exaggeration. And it sort of is, but it sort of isn't. Of course, life is not always hell as we colloquially understand it, because we think when things are going bad that it's hellish. But the perspectivist change is that because these bad things can happen, that essentially we're living in hell, or a place that has the potential, or often is, in fact, perhaps almost on an every mind moment kind of frequency, dissatisfying qualities to it, unless we take the initiative, at least on a psychological level. But that does not mean that those externals get changed. The fundamentals get changed. Old age, sickness, and death do not get changed. Now, how they express themselves, again, if we just take the normal view, which is if they express themselves in an extreme way, then we would say this is like hell. But if we just shift and say we're living sort of in a hell realm, somewhat, or surrounded by a hell realm, then we don't have the expectations that it wouldn't be that way. We would immediately not surprise ourselves on any level when things are fundamentally dissatisfying, distorted, inverted, subverted, undermined, twisted, backwards, barbaric. I mean, just the whole gambit of the things that so-called modern people are subjected to at this time. So let's also think of these hellish kinds of governments and the lick-spittle class that came up with these propagandistic fabrications and utopianisms, more or less as marketing campaigns, so that you would think, well, we're heading towards better things. So that's sometimes the fundamental kind of attitudinal that naive moderns in a neo-barbarian context may, via osmosis, end up adopting. But ultimately, that is a very flawed position to have, because you're setting yourself up for just mind-shattering disappointments in what is essentially, in many places, culturally genocidal conditions under modern auspices, and people putting wrappers on top of that. So yeah, just hell realm, or just hell. I think that does shift the perspective. It's like saying it's you know what, we're living in winter. So then you're really not surprised when you open the door, it's freezing outside. Oh, what? It's like that, instead of them saying you're living in a tropical paradise. And if it's cold outside, it's your fault. Or how about this? If you are a bad person or you make mistakes, when you open the door, it will be cold outside. But essentially, you're living in the middle of winter, so if it's cold outside, it should not be a surprise to you. So it's shifting the perfectionist view back to a more realistic kind of viewpoint. I think also, if I think about how misguided Christianity is at this time, that also played a role. Well, there was Jesus, and he died for all of our sins, and now we're living, in a redeemed world. He redeemed the world, right? That's a lot. That's what they say. So yeah, no. That, however, that's understood on some kind of basic misperceptionist level. No, don't adopt that viewpoint. Now, his life, look, you can take it as a metaphor, you can take it as an example, you can take it as an example of a bodhisattva, someone who is overcoming their own attachments to the worldly realm, their own challenges with Mara, who comes up all the time in the Bible, kind of thing. But as far as like a historically accurate Jesus that redeemed the entire world due to what he did, in a literal sense, you can see what I'm talking about, how that can create just a fundamental misalignment with this realm and the variables in it, your variables versus other people's variables, and then the expectation vis-a-vis what's out there, and wanting, let's say, perfect conditions, and what's out there instead. that chasm, that Grand Canyon chasm-like difference between what should be and what is, kind of situation you could get into if you got hung up on, let's say, those kinds of macro misperceptions or assumptions about this realm versus taking a radically different approach. Open the door, it's freezing cold. Well, I knew it was winter, so why am I surprised about this? You open the door, everything's on fire. Everything's fine. That little dog in the burning room kind of existence. That's sort of funny. People laugh every time they see it. Why? Because it's true. It's conveying truth to you. This is how it is many times. So don't get burned with those expectations is what I'm saying. And it's avoidable. It's preventable just via some minor tweaks in one's perspective, which is not assuming that things are moving towards inevitable goodness, for example, that there are cyclical kinds of, now I'm not going to say inevitable, cyclical periods, and there's also periods where people are saying everything's getting better when everything's getting worse, kind of periods, and you could get caught up in a cognitive kind of dissonance were you to be carried away by what might be perceived as some kind of prevailing social narrative. So I hope that helps in some way. Think of yourself, think to yourself again in the morning, I'm alive, I'm sort of in sort of hell still. But it's not all that bad compared to perhaps other states of being. Again, the fundamental Buddhist position on this is that being born in this realm is still fortunate. But it is challenging. And sometimes it's more challenging than others. And a lot of times that has really nothing to do with the external factors. The three I mentioned, old age, sickness, and death, everybody gets those. But also things on top like cultural genocide and subversion and mass delusion and war and greed on a scale never before witnessed, kind of thing that you would think things are worse today than any other time in history, but that might not be true either. It just really depends on other variables. What are your variables? And then, of course, how much detachment can one skillfully attain despite those variables? Now, here's another perspectionist thing, is that if you're experiencing disappointment, think for a second that it wasn't anyone that failed you. It was just a failed expectation. Like, I expected to come to a party and that there would have been a formal greeting, there would have been recognition, there would have been good food, there would have been amazing personalities there, and so on and so forth. The reality that there was none of that, and perhaps you opened the door and somebody started screaming at you instead, look, the disparity was just between your expectation and the comical kind of reality that you actually encountered. So it was your expectation that let you down, which is to say, the delusionality itself that let you down, and no one or thing or person, place, or thing that let you down. You see, very subtle difference, but very big difference, especially when it comes to the blame game, because you can look at the blame game as the result of delusionality and not of actuality, which would be a reason for you not to give it up. But if it is delusionality, that is the reason to give it up. I had a strange expectation, a strange delusionality, and that's what let me down, not anything else. And now that I've disabused myself of that delusionality, I feel fine. And blaming, what's that? Unskillfulness? Okay, well, I don't do that. In fact, if I feel or even remotely sense any kind of blame, right away I know, whoop, whoop, whoop. This kind of thinking is in my vicinity, and it's most likely based on delusionality. And then a thing called I can dispense with it, especially if there's not a thing called I that is getting in the way of letting the blame game go. So, training exercise, people. This dimension was not meant to be comfortable. Everything is a training exercise. I thought I had a really cool new butane lighter with the 3 jets of blue flame. Well, what happened? I mean, it seemed very robust, very well built, as if it had gone through multiple design iterations, which it obviously has. But this model, how about this? The ignition went out. Like, in a regular old cheap Bic lighter, that spinning wheel, that always sparks. Even when you run out of butane or gas, that flint wheel will spark more or less probably to infinity. It's much more robust. Now, Bic, there is a way of refilling those lighters once they run out, so just don't throw them away. Look into that. I think one of them involves using a thumbtack. But that is poor design. By design, by Bic, so no shout out to them for that. But that spinning wheel, that flint wheel, that is a robust and sort of stupid design, but it does work. Whereas this fancy design with this electronic probe, you can pull it down, it releases the gas, there's no clicking noise. And so you have a fancy design that ends up breaking a much more expensive. I could buy probably could have bought like 100 Bic lighters for the price of this one. And how do you repair that? Whereas the out of gas Bic will still spark at least. So 2 different designs that have 2 fatal flaws in my opinion. And imagine, again, fire is very important. I'm not recommending anyone start smoking or anything like that, but survivalists, for example, they always have a couple of lighters. See, that's the other thing. 2 is 1 and 1 is none. Don't rely on just one damn lighter. So luckily I had multiple different ones, but I really did expect more from the expensive one. And it didn't deliver. But instead of flying into a rage, as I would have done as a younger person who would have strong attachments to expectations, which is not skillful, although it is normal, common, and vulgar, I see it as a training exercise. Wow, I used it till it failed in a training scenario. I did not die. I was not in a Jack London kind of situation with that one lighter, which could have happened, but because I was just using it for just little things, just playful experimentation, and it failed in that kind of situation. It's amusing, it's insightful, and it gets the wheels moving. Okay, what would be a combination of the 2, or how could this design be improved? And it comes back again to, it confirms the principle: 2 is 1 and 1 is none. If I had put all of my eggs in that basket and really did need fire, and it failed like that, I'd be smoked, done, finished, frozen solid. Despite all of my other talents and all of my other skills, all of my other things, I would have not made it. And I'm thinking about the company, I'm thinking about the people, how much they put so much work into this. I'm thinking about the designers. I'm thinking how many of these things are already in circulation that have this flaw. And how it could have been avoidable if the design team had done more prototyping and more training exercises, i.e. the designer did that at least, so as not to make such a disappointing end product that is now a danger and a waste of money. I mean, what would the waste of money be? You can use it, what? Let's just say, how many times did I use this till it failed? Maybe 500 times. You can use it 500 times, and then after that, it bricks. gotta buy a new one. Who came up with that, what they call it, planned obsolescence design? Oh, the CEO, yeah, of course. Well, how many times does God work so that you feel like you got your value out of it? What? 500 times? Okay, let's make it fail at 600 and come up with a new looking design that does the same thing. And, oh, look at that. We've got sales out the wazoo. Instead of something we sold once, never needs to be replaced. It works every time. See, this gets me back to those other lighters. What are they called? The metal ones that flip out and has the flint wheel on them. You know what I'm talking about. Was it Snap? Well, in any case, there are better lighter designs. But yeah, when you go with modern, sometimes you're not going with field-tested versions. And then, again, playful experimentation is what you're dealing with. Now, will I take it further and design something better? Will I be more discriminating in what I buy next? All of those things are opportunities to improve in a real way, while also bringing practical philosophical considerations back into life via osmosis. And those are very positive things. Instead of focusing on the loss, focusing on being tricked, focusing on the absolutely awful kind of culture that produces products like that. And the idiocy of selling products like that or distributing products like that, being a product like that, management like that, operators like that, economic operators like that. Instead of over-focusing on that, you can just say, all right, well, they brought it to a certain level, but their ignition system. Otherwise, the design is pretty robust. It's just the ignition system. So maybe it can be replaced. Or maybe you can rebuild a lighter that has the good attributes and then brings in some of the more robust ignition solutions. Or maybe how it is, double. You have dual possibilities. If the one fails, it can switch over to the old fail-safe. There you're building a 2-in-1 redundancy into the different functions itself. So if the one sparking mechanism fails, you could switch to the second one as like a backup that's built into the design. And so you can think of that as your life as well. Sparking inspiration, sparking the methane gas of life into flame with different kinds of ways of doing that. And that's where we also come back to group dynamics. In a group, it's just like a group of monkeys. There's group dynamics, and there's a lot of people trying to do their best, but there's also a lot of people that aren't doing that. There is a lot of hate out there. There's hate of terrible people, essentially ugly people inside and out, that hate the good, hate the better, want to get a one-up on them, feel like they win when they cheat, right? They are out there, they absolutely are. Doesn't matter who you are. As soon as you take the top spot, as soon as other people start noticing you, especially beautiful kinds of accomplished people just become enthralled with you. Jealous kinds of monsters will hate you just because of that. They hate everything about you because you have taken what they wanted, what they didn't deserve or don't deserve, away from them. I hate this person. They're so marvelous. Right? It's unbelievable. Like if you're a noble or super normal person, aristocratic kind of person, like a real kind of aristocrat, not those pretending to be those at this time. The worst people in the world will hate you automatically, just like that. You look good, they look in the mirror and they see something that was pulled out of a garbage can and thrown against the wall, stamped on and burned. That's the comparison that they see. And they only feel that way, they feel, because they can see the polar opposite of that, which is what you represent, which makes them feel that way. If you only didn't exist, they could benchmark themselves as desirable. But see, here we come back to desire and aversion, two sides of the same coin. That type of situation is really unfortunate, isn't it? So we're not going to focus on that, but it does exist, and group dynamics is what makes these kinds of terrible things come to light. But finally, we're social animals, so if you know that going into life, you won't be surprised by it when you encounter it in one form or another. And different groups play off on this dynamic, and so on and so forth. And certain groups, they like to choose. So you can't choose what you want, but if you're good enough, then they'll choose you. And then that's acceptable to the group. But you can't go out and try to get what you want because that might upset the apple cart kind of group hierarchy dynamics in play. So finally, after years and years and years of being hated on and undermined by these vicious, misguided factors, I can sort of see it in the terms of primate behavior, and I can have compassion on it. Like, I do think it is unfortunate to be born in a certain way, to be, just hideous externally and especially internally. I do think that is a terrible kind of birth, and it's not going good places in this life and in the lives to come. Certainly not. But on the other hand, it's not something to allow to determine your life. So the group that might have been co-opted by these forces for a time were misled into creating a toxic atmosphere around good people. Okay, it can happen. It does happen. It depends. People, places, and things. But if you put your satisfaction on the line and said, it is absolutely necessary that the group recognize me as some kind of great thing, then you're making the mistake, not the group. See? Just like this lighter is making the mistake by not igniting. The ignition is a mistake. It has nothing to do really with your expectations that it would have failed at the rate that it did, which was just an assumption on your part. For example, as a good person, that you would assume other people would be good and want good things, such as not faulty lighters that are overpriced, but people with the wrong values, like I said, that have a ridiculous profit model and think via marketing and propaganda they can overcome the individual reviews of someone who says, yeah, I lost my left hand to frostbite because this damn lighter died on the 599th click. They're hoping that review gets buried. And I don't know, them snowblowing some meathead podcaster or another who has, 1 million subscribers will just take his recommendation over that 1-star review that was typed on one hand, because they deliberately, I would say this has to be deliberate in my opinion, because everything else seems to work. It's just a very easy point of failure, and that they didn't add the extra robustness to what is really essential in a lighter, the ignition system. Seems to defy belief, but we don't know. It's an unsolved mystery. We can only guess that. Of course, it could be a faulty model. See, we can guess that too. We can we won't really get closure in the matter, will we? But if we're in a state of playful experimentation and training, I rode my bike till the back wheel fell off, and then I realized the back wheel was faulty and I replaced it kind of mentality, then we don't get caught up on the disappointments. And we use them for inspiration. And we also evolve. So I have a second one. Actually, I did get 2 as a gift. Luckily, I did not purchase this. So I still have the other one. So we'll see how long that lasts. But I now know that it can happen. And I'm debating whether I fix this one, or at least dissect it like one would on an autopsy table, just to rip it apart and finally diagnose what happened. And whether or not it can be repaired. That would be another big minus point if it can't be repaired. Now, if it can, that's a plus point. Then it's based on my ignorance. I didn't know, for example, that this electronic kind of ignition system, or there's some lever that needed to be placed in such a way, or it can fall out of alignment, so you have to put it back in alignment kind of thing. Just like, well, you can get a flat tire, but if you have a tire repair kit kind of thing, you can't really prevent tires from being punctured over the course of their lifetime. It's just one of those things that can happen. You don't need to blame your driving style. You don't need to blame the universe. You don't need to blame anyone. All you need to do is fix a flat tire in a reasonable way, with reasonable assurity when it happens, and not overdo it. But yeah, coming back to group dynamics. So group dynamics, we're living in a time where we have artificially high amounts of social pollution based on propagandistic and subversive elements, like by warlike parties that have invested in warlike psychological operations and have pushed them out to unsuspecting people. Oh, this is a comedy show. It's just one bad joke after the next, right? And then they got rid of they censored all the good comics, like indefinitely. They have an indefinite comic subversion and censorship program. Because they don't like the genre. They can't have people just ripping jokes on mandarins, because that's not good for Mandarinism, is it? They don't want that. They just want praise, or people not to notice, or to accept what they have decided was the smart thing to do. Like, oh, it's not too sexist. We're brainiacs. It's a billion different types of forms of mental bizarreness. And that's what smart people think. That's what they tried to pull off in my time, if you can believe it. See, people of the future will not believe it. But the people who lived in these toxic times, they'll be like, a shiver will run down their spine, like, whoa. Yeah, they did attempt that. Or other people, they were misled by that. Like a lot of society, a lot of, like I said, a million kinds of groups, they rely on thinkers. They rely on social hierarchies to tell them what to do. Like, don't do this, right? Our education system. And if that's subverted, they're told to do the wrong things or think the wrong things or act the wrong way. And they have. We're looking at massive cultural war crimes at this time. Like Fruit Loops. In Canada, they make it with blueberries and carrots, Fruit Loops. And in the US, they're made with like cancer-causing petrochemicals. And it's right there on the box. It's the same product, two different productions, but who came up with that was maybe some manager who was a cokehead that got muscled into it by warlike parties that just claimed that didn't happen to him or her. Lots of hers out there pushing these programs. I saw recently, there was some prankster in Russia who posed as some type of government agency and said that they should make tinfoil hats and then film themselves, saying that it's going to protect them from NATO and that they would get a certificate if they did. And all these schools across Russia, they had these female teachers take videos of themselves with tinfoil hats with the Russian flag on top. And, sort of dogmatically school marmy kind of way, like, women like to boss little kids around kind of way. Read something formal on the camera and upload it to YouTube. And, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them did that. So, educational systems, politics, bossing kids around, bossing men around. These are all vehicles for horrendous kinds of cultural attacks, distortions, subversions, underminings, demoralizings, you name it. And they're big into it at this time, but as time goes on, it becomes more apparent, at least to the people who are able to see these things, which is probably a minor fraction of people, not the ones I just described. The demographics I just described, they're captured. They were told what was the right thing to do and who were the wrong people, and the people telling the truth are the wrong people, and the people who are in the in-group inverted morality, they're the right people. And they get very emotional if you're off narrative. Wow. So don't forget, rationality is a goal. It's not a destination, and they're not even driving in the direction of that. So it's really about recognizing them, what they represent, and limiting your exposure to that kind of warlike measure, which has to do with group dynamics. So I hope that was funny, at least a couple of parts of it, because the people who are victimized by this, like most of society, again, that is relying on leadership to tell them what to do. I mean, for them, it's horrible. It's nightmarish, and there are real crimes and victims associated with that, especially, young people. But this is this worldly realm, right? We're talking about Mara-like operations and people and motives. Like, war motives is to kill the enemy, right? So if they can do it that way, that's what they'll do. That's what they've done. That's what the statistics reflect that they deny or suppress. Because it's not about responsibility. It's about moral arguments that don't hold up to scrutiny by sane people. So, who's right? Who's wrong? They say they're right. They say you're wrong. Can't convince them. You're a hater. That's what they say. You're spewing hate. So, who's right? Or if you're an emotional kind of person that just takes emotional cues, you could easily be manipulated into seeing things the wrong way. And haven't we seen that in this time? I would say so. But in times, in future times, I don't think that will gain as much traction as has been the case in this time. But we'll see. It goes through cycles. So as things get worse, it reaches a crisis point, and then people get wise and they redeem themselves and take evasive action. But then people could get soft again or ignorant again, and then they'll reinitiate these kinds of atrocities where they can, when they can, with who they can. So keep that in mind. But yeah, design. Oh, gratitude. Don't get caught up on the jamming, especially if you're an HSP or someone would say autistic person or somebody who has a compulsion to see things clearly. Don't get caught up on the bad things. You can dissect it, you can do an autopsy, and you can leave it you can leave it in the morgue. You can bury it, put it in the graveyard, and realize that that's not your job, really. It's, I wouldn't say nice to know. It's possibly good to know. It's a sort of a preventative medicine. It's a antibiotic, a spiritual antibiotic kind of realization, but it's not the end-all be-all of our existence, right? It still leaves a very wide area of spiritual development, which is where the real progress is made. So reclaim your focus again and again and again and again. How about this? Engineering, nothing is personal. But of course, projects can be mismanaged, designs can be corrupted, and mistakes can be made. That's the human factor in engineering. But engineering itself, especially if you're congruent with right values, right effort, right view, can lead to good results. The bridge that was well designed, well built, it provides a good service, and it's has nothing to do with any other negative human factors, although it can be negatively influenced. So if you're engineering your life, that's the way you should do it, dispassionately. Air pollution is bad for you, so get away from air pollution or redesign the system you're in to have less of it, which might also mean redesigning what is made and where and how and why, and if it's actually necessary or not. So apply some engineering principles to your life, but to your psychology as well. Just over-focusing on problems, that's not the point. The point is to engineer a dispassionate point of view that is maintainable. Once the bridge is built and you're driving back and forth on it, you're dispassionate as a default, and you everything is statically consistent, congruent. It performs its function, even if it's built of wood. If that only needs to carry you across, then it's good enough, isn't it? You don't need a super steel structure. You don't need to be driving at 200 miles an hour. You don't need that. Then you don't need the bridge that would allow you to do that. What do we need? Shelter, food, clothing. How about a little bit of serenity and solitude? Is that achievable? Well, how do you achieve that? Is that too difficult for your skill set, or are you just neglecting that because you assume that those things would always be around? Or the way that they should be, when in fact they might not be, or maybe one of those factors will go away or become less accessible, or who knows what. Anything can happen in this dimension, and does. But if it doesn't happen today, well, then don't worry about tomorrow. You can get way too off into the weeds, and you can really neglect dynamic positioning, or your ability to dynamically move, becoming caught up too much on positions that might be unwinnable. The mountains and hilltops that I defended for no reason really at all, other than unwise attachments, those things are so cratered, they almost look like volcanoes. They took every bullet, every artillery shell, every missile, for days and months and months and months and weeks and years, and then finally I was like, what the hell am I doing on this hill? Some point of contention. Why is this necessary? And that realization was very liberating. It really was. Someone wrote in and was like, "Teacher, venerable teacher, you said renunciation is key. But is this not just an unnecessary austerity?" Thank you. Well, no, it's not unnecessary. It's necessary. It's a difference between the padooge who doesn't want that to be true and the superhuman insight of the Buddha, who expressly stated that. Now, why is it counterintuitive? Well, we want things, we desire them, then when we get them, we feel like we got them, but actually they got us. Or they get you. And it's a matter of diminishing returns. So you'll get more and more and more and more, but it will mean less and less and less to you. And so essentially you get stuck in a state of desiring more and more things that become less and less attainable, which is the definition of a dissatisfaction machine. That's what cravings and wants and desires will get you in the end. Whereas renunciation is, no, not this, not that, don't need that. Or I can see myself wanting that, but I'm going to fight that battle at the point of contact, which is psychological. I want a pizza, but you know what? I'm going to see that want come, and I'm going to let it go. And 5 days later, I'm not fat or out the money. But the people that ate, didn't stop with one pizza and went on to the next and the next and the next. They're both fat and out of money. And yet they still want more pizza. They have not been satisfied. Now that's a crass example, but you can apply that to anything. It can be the women, okay? Younger,
nicer ones. They're never good enough at some point. It can be money. I got this money, but now I want this money. And then I made $1 million, but now I need 2. And it really is that simplistic. And I always like to refer people back to the life of Pablo Escobar because he's a perfect example of what a Padooge can become if they go the Padoogie way, which is wanting more, getting more, and ultimately not being satisfied by that. It's just like drug use. We can say that again. Yeah. So, just this little bit of drug, or this just one drink, and then it has to be 2, and then it has to be 3. And then you can see how it debilitates the practitioner of bad practice. Essentially, it's just bad practice. Punch in your variables. So if you have your variables, then realize, the way out of that is renunciation, and because easier said than done. It's easier not to start something that can get a hold of you like that, and that makes it more that increases the efficacy of the practice. So you have to be aware of the subtle ones and renounce those 2 in order to gain a universe of freedom. But it seems unnecessarily austere at the point of contact when you do it, because you're just like, well, how about this one time? Right? The little devil on your shoulder kind of phenomenon that people experience all around the world, just with different variables. But the super normal, superhuman practice is to renounce those things. Not because one is being an austere grump or grudge, but because one knows that that is the path of diminishing returns, and perhaps being trapped by desire. And that's also a karmic thing. Like it hooks you, and then it becomes more and more difficult to extract yourself. There's also people that are addicted to external validation, no matter what it is. They have to be liked. What a poor way to go through life, that your whole sense of worth or a meaning is put in the hands of others. Anyone in the room other than themselves, they're dependent on what they feel to be being liked or disliked. What a terrible existence that is. So just realize this is counterintuitive. It is not meant to be punishing. It is just meant to punish the things that would lead us astray. Because that is not you or yours. It's just a psychological phenomenon that you can recognize with awareness. That's why we practice awareness. And congratulate yourself when you let these things go. When you don't let them get their hooks in you. The hooks come, they scrape right on the sides because you turn, you take evasive action. They don't get their hooks in you. And if they do, like it does hurt, a little fish hook, you rip it out. And it's painful, but it's only painful to the extent that it gains traction. So the deeper it is, the more painful it will be. So keep it surface. And keep it depersonalized. It's not you or yours. That's the other problem. People, it becomes a part of their personality. That's what defines them. Greedy person. This person didn't want, 10 Ferraris, but I'm the person who did, and now that's the person who I think I am. And well, that is not the path to satisfaction, friends. So it's a foolish thing to be,
It's a foolish thing to want. And it's a disastrous thing not to renounce, especially on the smallest of most subtlest of levels, because it will carry you away. Oh no, I'm stronger than that. That's the conceit of the fool. And really, there's only a very few people that go that way and come back. That the gods or God or their karma gave them the fortunate birth to overcome. And they will never go back. But the others, they're doomed. I think it was the Buddha who said, yeah, have you ever seen a leper? Because they used to do this, leper sores are very itchy. Pick up a hot coal and cauterize his wounds. Well, that's much like having desires. If you're cured of leprosy, would you ever pick up hot coals and then just burn different parts of your body with it to gain relief? If you had healthy skin, smooth skin that's perhaps been oiled with olive oil or something, coconut oil, and you wake up in the morning and you put that on instead, or do you go to a plate of hot coals and just pick a spot or light a cigarette and start extinguishing it on your perfectly supple, healthy, lightly perhaps sun-tanned skin that feels so good you would take a big hot cigar and put it out on your forearm? Would you do that? No? Well, that's how people think that get themselves free of the leprosy of their desires, whatever they might be. They're variables. They would never, ever, ever, ever go back to that way of living. Ever. So if you've gone that way, it's going to take a lot of subtle renunciation. It's going to be, the battleground is your mind. It's your heart and mind. And if you can get free of it, you will be healthy and free. If I smoke a cigar, I'm not putting it out on my forearm because it doesn't itch like a leper's sores, because I'm healed. So why wouldn't a healthy person wish that for all living beings? Be healthy, friends. Renounce these desires, these common worldly padugianistic desires. Renounce them and be free. I keep coming back to the efficacy of certain psychological insights to see through the pretense of political or social actors. And probably the most fundamental observation or psychological category is malignant narcissism. It's big, people. It's very big. It's like Newtonian physics of social, political developments. It really does explain everything. When I throw something and you're able to slow it down on film and see that the object I threw had a parabolic trajectory and figure out that gravity was working on the object and forces, so I threw it with a certain amount of force that was finally overcome by the force of gravity. And so knowing the force that I threw it with, you could have predicted precisely where the damn thing would have landed. And then you could take it from a rock and you could apply it to an arrow or a bullet or a missile, and you would be accurate with a precision of something that would baffle a pygmy or anyone from antiquity, and they would think that you're some type of magician or seer or fantastically accomplished person, because it would otherwise be impossible to know about it unless you knew about malignant narcissism and how it affects people. It's that kind of insight. And there's cultures and religions that encourage and encapsulate people into it, such as the conceit that they can do no wrong because they're the right kind of people. There it is, it's working in a religious context. But it doesn't need a religion. How about malignant narcissists that go to the point that they dispense with the religion that culturally defined their upbringing? And finally, they dismiss religion because the religion could contradict them on some points, some ethical points. So they are atheists. Yeah, that's right. I don't recognize that. I know everything better. Of course I do, because I'm me. So some people would say, murdering thousands of people is a bad thing, but I don't see it that way, and I'm me. So I'm a narcissist. I'm a malignant narcissist. So I hear what you're saying, but I'm a rule breaker, because I break the rules because I'm the exception to the rules. It's all written up, people, in psychological treatises on malignant narcissism. Now, what do malignant narcissists do with that information? Well, they misapply that label to others because, of course, they couldn't be that. Everybody's a narcissist. Right? They use it as some kind of moral, rhetorical device instead of as a mirror for reflection, something to give them pause to reflect. Hey, wait a second, this describes me to a T. What could this mean? Could I dispense with that? Can I change? Can I be something different than a me, mine kind of existence, which is an infantile phase of development that humans have but need not stay in if they advance from the subnormal to even the normal? And how about supernormal, no self? Could it be possible for malignant narcissists to self-diagnose and work on that and get beyond that? Has it happened? Well, it's unfortunately rare because, number one, ignorance is a hindrance. It's not as well known as you might think. And then, of course, self-awareness and the lack of that is also a form of ignorance, which is a hindrance, which they have. And then finally, the nature of the psychological dis-ease itself, which works against self-awareness or self-criticism, because it's felt as an existential threat. It's killing me and mine. It's destroying my concept of self. It's a murderer. It's murdering me. Murder me, like Judas, Jesus Christ Superstar. Murder me. Get that soundtrack, people, 70s version. It's out there. Actually, I think there's even a better. There was a live performance. Was it in Santa Barbara? It's out there on the internet, people. It's one of the best performances I've ever heard. It just keeps getting better. But yeah, Judas was a narcissist. It's all about him, right? He knew better than Jesus did. And he got paid. But where is he now? What do people say about that? Oh, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't matter. He made the best deal for himself, didn't he? That's what libertarians would say. Because they're sort of the same way. A lot of them are also narcissists. Libertarianism, by the way, is just a phony ideology. It was cooked up in a lab It's supposed to encapsulate wealthy or classist people, plantationist, in some kind of bubble of economics and gobbledygook kind of thinking, so that they can just do whatever they want and think of themselves as good people, sort of per the narcissist model, sort of. Who would come up with something despicable like that and then think they're some kind of Plato or something other than pseudo-intellectual lobbyist groups and labbists? But boy, have standards fallen, haven't they? All across the board. So people labeling themselves libertarians is just like them labeling themselves whatever it is that have been cooked up by propagandists and wig flippers. Here you go, kids. Call yourself a libertarian and then suck up to plantationists and do what we do, not what we say. Liberty, 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 defend central banking. Liberty, liberty, liberty. Right? Hey, who didn't support central banking? Well, it was Andrew M.F. and Jackson, probably the best president the United States ever had. Uh-oh. Get him out of the history books. He was a populist. That's anybody who says populist is essentially a plantationist. Most people think it's good, but central bankers don't. Populist. It's a populist. See him squawking. That's what you're dealing with. The rent-seeking class and their lick-spittles and plantationists versus free people in a free country that was a historical exception and a very good thing, because very good people got behind it and made it happen, and that's why we all live comparably in the world much better lives, or at least we did up until, let's say, I don't know, culturally, when did the U.S. Go brain dead? Was it 2010, 2001? Let's just say 2000. 2001, they decided to turn the lights off on traditional American culture with its liberties and its focus on raising the bar for most people and turn it into a globo plantation. Free speech? Not really. Allowing people to say what they believe in? Not really. Gotta watch what you say around people. It's because they're offended by anything. Right? And then they're proud of being despicable on every level that anyone throughout time has ever considered to be good and bad. They to flip that script. Moral inversion, yeah, that's cool. Who would do that? Well, atheists. Well, then what are they? Malignant narcissists? They know better than all the religions of the world? Is that what a malignant narcissist would do? Well, of course they would. So big babyists, yeah, they're the ones calling the shots. Who would rip off everyone and put them on 30-year mortgages so they have to work themselves to death? No, both parents working, no latchkey kids, and all of that. Who would do that other than a class of malignant narcissists that have somehow imposed an economic tyranny on the people and made sure there was no political pushback per the Andrew M.F. and Jackson model. Take out your $20 bill and light a candle next to it. Look into Andrew Jackson's face. He did the American people a solid in his time, but when was that? We're talking 1840s. It's been 100 years since then. And that $20 probably only buys you half the things it bought you 5 years ago because, you guessed it, rent-seeking narcissists and libertunians, they're big into inflation. They think inflation is great. And if you don't believe me, you'd say, well, isn't that ridiculous? Well, just look what they did in Argentina. Argentina, a great country filled with amazing natural resources and people, a lot of Italians, a lot of other good European stock went there. And they crashed the economy there. They stunted it. They retarded it. They cartelified it. And now their new stooge, libertunian is what he claims to be. They're just going with the economic tyranny. They're trying to get rid of the overt leftism because that definitely burned them in their divide and conquer kind of culture. Because leftists are as exterminationist as you can get. Like your country will decline precipitously, like in Cuba, till food becomes a lever of political patronage. Oh, you don't get the sack of potatoes. You didn't vote in the election for some crime-affiliated bully. Two-tier legal system, right? You're not on board with no potatoes for you. So, yeah, they rolled it out with their stooge there in Argentina, and now it's just sort of, they're gonna try to get rid of some of the more obnoxious divide and conquer strategies that they tolerated and encouraged and nourished and protected, and just go with the economic tyranny, the invisible hand of tyranny model. Don't do like Andrew Jackson did. Don't do that. Just get on board with getting a job in some economy that has been so gutted because they've regulated everything out of existence, because that's how they gain an advantage. They not only have the wealth advantage, their funny money printing and whatever else advantage, but then they also raise the regulatory bar so nobody can start a business anyway without it being illegal, or they could come in at any time and make it that way, or make whatever the tax return so difficult, you name it. They don't encourage, having a two-tier legal system does not encourage entrepreneurialism, or letting a cultural war go without any pushback doesn't encourage any, it discourages anything, including any kind of investment. Because what's the point? Whatever, you have a restaurant, some waitress accuses you of looking at their butt, and some radical class operative awards them like a $3 million settlement. Like, what was the point of putting in all that work again? So how do you get those cultural mores back that they scotched and perverted and encouraged? Well, you don't. That's it. It's a one way to the garbage bin of history, which Cuba is at this time. Despite, look, they always are coming out with like tourist videos. Oh yeah, go there, it's cheap. But who wants to live there or work there under conditions like that? Well, nobody. But, you know, plantationists, they cover for each other, which is funny. Going back to Kennedy. Kennedy was going to get out of the Vietnam War. He had some observers there, but he was not going to go all in like Lyndon Goober, Uncle Rufus Johnson was going to do, who was connected to Wall Street. Like anybody connected to Wall Street, any families. Oh, from Texas, could that be the Bushes too? They're just essentially money launderers for global tyrants and getting them into U.S. business and plantationifying it. So the management flips on the people, becomes extractionist, and divide and conquer on a social level. So social mores is one of those things. Legal system. He when he died, we're just going to have to presume he's burning in hell for eternity. Almost 900 million. So in those dollars, he was a billionaire when he died. Of course, he had nothing to do with the assassination of Kennedy, who was going to get rid of Cuba, but that didn't happen. But they threw away how many American lives in some kind of meat grinder Kissinger was in on? The Chinese favorite, while the Rust Belt was kicking off, the industrial base being shifted to a global adversary that may just end up controlling the seas for eternity because these plantationists had some kind of divide and conquer strategy that fits into malignant narcissism. See, malignant narcissists will do the wrong thing because it's the right thing for them. Every traitor and malefactor in history likely had a large degree of malignant narcissism in their personality. In their psychological profile, it's right there. They're rule breakers. They're the people, they break the rules. That's how they win. Like the horse that's running against them, they drug it or smash its leg with a hammer. And then when everybody's in the stands watching with their binoculars, the strong horse limps out of the gate and their donkey wins the race. So we got a whole class of them. People self-identifying as libertarians. Yeah, you're in on it. They're in on it. So disavow it, right? This is the thing. My encouragement is that if you have been wayward and wrong, that you can change. That is my position. But people that don't need to be identified, and they also need to be treated on the basis of that. Now, I'm not talking about psychological treatment, but as far as political office goes, that means exclusion. That means before the election, they're identified as that or working for people like that, and then they don't win the election, which would mean having a free press, which is why our press is so crappy, because they know they can't win a race if people know that. So they've undermined the free press, which is why you can look at these media outfits, billions of dollars behind them. They got their lick spittles in the production studios working overtime, and their ratings have plummeted, like MNBC. What a travesty that place is. They've lost like 30 million viewers. Don't matter though for central bankers. What's that? I mean, it has a political cost, but they're still willing to throw hundreds of millions after a loser because they don't have problems with money like normal people do. Like if you're a peon in their system, you lose $100 million, you fired, right? You gone, you broke. Them, they have no problems. Open-end losers. Just like their whole system is. It's an open-end loser. 5, 10, 100, maybe 1,000 people profit, and the whole country gets robbed and wrecked. It's a criminal model. So who recognized that? Well, Andrew, MF, and Jackson. So salute him right now. Take out a $20 bill. Salute Andrew Jackson. But you know what's even better than that is going back to what he established as a precedent, which is taking out these plantationists that think that they are God's great gift to creation when they're the exact opposite of that. And no, they're not realists. They really aren't. They're delusional and rich, but rich for all the wrong reasons. And again, what the wealth they've extracted from the United States could have been 1,000 times more had they not been there. So they're a detriment to the economy. And it's provable. It's statistically provable if you were to get real economists that could go after the key points, not just in living standards, but in just general life satisfaction, which is the whole point of working in the first place. And contributing to a culture and to a people that one has an affinity for because it's an extended family, which is what a nation has always been, and not been redefined by a class of malignant narcissists that are so up their butts that they've long since cosmonauted themselves into some bubble of delusion. So look at New York City right now. It's supposed to be this place where people can make money. It used to be the financial center of the United States. They don't have basic security. Like, security is something you have to pay for. So only people who can afford armed guards can live without just the stupidest of crimes happening to them. Better cozy up with the plantationists there, because otherwise anything can happen to you. 10:30 on a weekday, mass murder spree. Oh, but cops sitting all around, loafing, punching the clock. You got the plantationist clock punchers playing pretend in uniform. And why is that so absurd? Because, strategically it makes no sense. Now, can it be turned around? Of course it can. It's going to require radical change, also radical economic change. These rich people have destroyed their own reputations. They need to be excluded from civil society that they think they should determine, because they're the opposite of what civil society should be or is. But their conceit won't admit that fact. They rich. You poor. Now, I want to make just crystal clear that you can make a mistake at this point and be greedy for their riches. It's very important not to be greedy for what you perceive that they have, because greed is not the answer. It's not taking away something they had. It's just about redesigning a system that gets the right people in the right positions to do the right things for the most amount of people. That's it. If any of the new administration comes out of these things stinky wealthy, like Lyndon Dagoon Johnson and his ilk, that is a red flag. That person should be investigated and removed from office. You're never going to entirely eliminate corruption from any kind of worldly system. But if you have a free press, you have journalism, you have people that do care about the country, these things can be exposed and they can be dealt with. And these fools that do that can be made an example of, like Boss Hogs and Bags, right? Benedict Arnold Globos. What'd they do with Benedict Arnold? That's another one. Now that we're on the American History Channel, you can read up on Andrew Jackson, a true American hero, and Benedict Arnold, a true American villain. And then ask yourself how much of a malignant narcissist Benedict Arnold was compared to Andrew Jackson, who wasn't one. So yeah, conceit of these people is palpable. The decisions they make are catastrophic. They're worse than foreign missiles. Like they said right now, he's ramped up the missile. So speaking of malignant narcissists anyway, it's not just U.S., right? Every country has these people that think they are beyond reproach. Well, Putin, he's ramping up his missile production, but who cares, right? Those missiles, they'll fly, they'll blow things up. I mean, maybe they'll level every last critter in the Beltway, which wouldn't matter at all. In fact, it would probably improve the country. But what's way worse than those missiles are people that think they are part of your country and are doing what these plantationists have done. That's way worse than missiles, people. Way worse. How about having a great university that they flipped on its head? You want to talk about war crimes? That's way worse than a missile, people. I'd rather these universities got hit by missiles. It would be much more honorable for them if they did. But what they produce and what they do there, way worse than missiles. What they've done to the culture, way worse than missiles. Missiles are one and done. Boom, it's like the 4th of July. Something was there, now it's gone. But cultural subversion, that is worse than gonorrhea. That's worse than a medical disease that one could treat and cure. Because it's sort of a runaway exterminationist kind of thing. It creates living hells for people when the inmates take over the asylum. Now, I don't like to talk about Marvel Comics anymore after they've been subverted, but like back in the 90s, they had some, for example, the Joker series where they were drawing Arkham Asylum and things like that. I believe that was the sub-message that the cartoonists were trying to convey to the American people, which is, again, why they got targeted for subversion. But those comics are collectible because, yeah, it is horrible when the inmates take over the asylum, and New York City is a prime example of that right now. So whatever they did, the people associated with it, look at the mayor, working with the Turks. Again, Barbary Wars, that was something very American. The USS Philadelphia, still buried close to Tripoli. They were the ones that shut down the Barbary pirates, that all the European wimps and losers and aristocratic buttholeists didn't manage to shut down for centuries. They'd rather pay a bunch of pirates money than deal with them. Well, the shores of Tripoli, yeah, that is something that the American people did. And let me tell you, dictators and slop bucketists, they're still butthurt about that today. So, but Mayor Adams and his Turkish connection, for him, it's about the money. Barbary Wars, what? What's that? Never happened. Don't care about that. Anyway, you could put that guy, put a turban on his head and one of those scimitars, and cast him in a movie as a villain, as a Barbary puppet, and boy, then all of a sudden he makes sense, doesn't he? The biggest slave operation, by the way, all these people think they know about slavery. Barbary pirates, we're talking millions and millions and millions of European slaves that they ran for centuries. Is that covered in your history books? I mean, the USS Philadelphia one of the first naval ships ever built sunk there in that war. Why don't you know about that as a American? Why don't you know about the Barbary slave trade? Why is it about something that never really mattered in the first place? It was limited to a couple of plantations scattered throughout the South, run by reprehensible classist pricks like the ones we have today that brought in negligible populations that haven't done much anything since then except cause problems. But somehow that's a moral failing for all time. Barbary Wars, look up on that one. You got a Barbary War operative running New York City with predictable results, but that didn't happen. But the other alternative history did. So yeah, people, malignant narcissism, it's something you should look into. And for God's sake, stop giving these plantationists a free ride and start seeing them for the pathogenic influence that they represent psychologically, economically, socially, legally, every which way but loose. And their little fake libertarianism isn't the answer. So again, Trump already, people were putting a lot of hope in him. Who does he appoint? Musk and this Vivek, some Indian stooge, polished like a chrome torpedo. I'm gonna get slash everything. Yeah, well, what do they end up doing? They're wealth guarding. They are, again, taking care of the lunatic lefts, hopefully, at least ostensibly, but they're not looking to push back on the economic tyranny that these, economic war criminals are responsible for. Why didn't you get to see your parents? Why were you a latchkey kid? Why are so many people screwed up? Well, they did that. That was their economic policy. All those dead guys they sent out of the country and then imported a bunch of, like again, some type of neo-Ottoman social subversion strategy. They did that. They let that happen. They got wealthy off that. They like running slave populations, just like these caravans of people. That's an Ottoman kind of thing. That's what they did in North Africa. What about Algeria? Any French people know about Algeria? Or they got the wrong history about that too. So, they are globo. Don't forget the globo aspect of it. But in the years to come, that globo is going to be no-go. And we can thank Andrew Jackson and a bunch of other American heroes for that one. Again and again and again, I find a thing called I questioning how people could be so unskillful and so terrible and so misguided. But why would a thing called I have a problem with that? If you get past I, you can see that horrendous people do exist, and they also exert a certain type of, how shall we say it, power, just like some kind of terrible car accident. The eyes tend to be averted automatically to look at these terrible people and what they do and say and how they act. But that is just basic unskillfulness on the part of the practitioner. Don't get sucked in by bad people. Also, don't get sucked in by good people, right? The good people are not the norm here in this place. That is not heaven, that some people have called hell. There's hellish aspects to it. Others call it purgatory. I think that's probably a more realistic kind of thing, to not awfulize this existence, to see the potential in this existence to improve right? To detach from terrible things and also detach from good things. Good things are not the norm, nor shall they ever be, because this is a place of trial and testing. I just wanted a smooth existence without any mountains. Well, look at the landscape. There's mountains. So what now? Gonna pound your head against a wall? Just don't do that. Don't be delusional about goodness, and don't be delusional about badness. What is very nice is detachment. Right? Somebody, if they say, well, this is good, then they also start desiring the good, which isn't the worst thing to be desirable of. However, it's still desire. And there's a lot of delusion in that. A lot of good people get completely tricked by what they believe to be good. Once they get it, then they're dissatisfied with that too. You see this with famous people. I want to be famous. I'm famous. I want to be famous, famous, famous. Then they're famous. They're utterly miserable. Just because some rube can point you out in a crowd. Look, there's Delaney Jackson. Oh my God. A stampede of bikini-clad models running after me. I want your autograph. I want your autograph. Right? That can happen 1, 2, 10, 100 times. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh my God. I can't even walk out the door. And they're throwing themselves on it. It's amazing. I can't even have a moment's peace. I thought fame was good. See, so what you think is good can trick you the most. I thought she was a good girl. She looked good. Oops. Right? 1 year later, doot. Oh. Uh-oh. That could be a movie too, couldn't it? That could be a couple of movies. You guys are living that movie. Some of you. The rest of you dumb simps still pining away for what you think is good until you get it. Then what do these simps do? This world is so unfair. Why? Why can't I have everything that I want? Why are there just the appearances of things? And blah, blah, blah. But in any case, look, let's not get off the point. There are still good people, right? Despite appearances. Let's never, ever forget that. See, we can get distracted from that. On this planet right now, with 11 billion people, I'm going to be generous and say there are 1 million good people at any given moment in time. Now, if you are a mathematician, you'll say that is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent of the bipeds on this planet. However, 1 million people, again, is a gigantic amount of people, just in total numbers. So never forget that. It's enough. And if you're one of them, and you know it, that's enough too. In fact, that is enough. If you're the only one, that's enough. So don't get discouraged by bad people, and don't get envious of so-called good people, because how can it be anything other than appearances, really, as far as you're concerned? You can wish them well. It's great if you're a good person. You will have good results from that, although not always. Right? The most subnormal, hateful people on the planet, you show up, they turn cherry red, their faces, they turn green. Like seasickness, they get dizzy when you even appear in their vicinity. Their bile and rage overtakes them. And so is that goodness good all the time if that's the kind of reaction that these kinds of blackheads in human form experience in your vicinity because of your goodness? Is that so good? Or not so much? So, don't get delusional, be detached. Good, bad, who knows really. The bad things that teach you something, they're good. The good things that make you want more goodness aren't so good. Get you attached to goodness, and then you see a good person or thousands and thousands of good people be murdered during your time on this planet by bad people. That can cause a lot of disappointment, to say the least. So the middle road, somewhere in between, with detachment and equanimity, and taking the long view, such as the infinite number of bardos that potentially we shall be in forever, that only the stupidest of dunderhead atheists, morons, might say is impossible, although what do they know? You don't have to adopt that. If you did, you can also drop that. I believed in Santa Claus, so now I don't, kind of thing. You were an atheist, now you're not. Oops. I define myself within a malignant narcissist septic tank of a poisonality, and now I'm not that person. Whoops. Look at that. Delaney Jackson just gave you the key to your prison cell. Just have to stick it in yourself, turn the key, and walk out into the infinite barnos. And not as that thing that will go into the garbage disposal of the universe, but rather fly out like a hummingbird into the heavenly abodes. So unlock your perceptionality and monitor it. Be aware of it. Where is it going again? Where is it sniffing around? It smells something bad. It's tracking it. Snap out of it. Right? Catch yourself. Come back to the better places. Don't chase that bicyclist. Okay? It's just a bicycle. Let him go. Let him go. Don't bark. Don't charge them. Don't bite them. It's just a bicyclist. It's a figment of your imagination. You can get caught up on these things. The punishment for unskillfulness is unskillfulness. And these greedy gloopists and plantationists and oligarchs and dictators, they get what they pay for. And it's not good. So don't envy them. And don't let them take your attention off of the other good things that are to be found in this realm, even if that is nothing. Nothing is great. Activate your Eckert module, nothingness. Get there, and then tell me you still have a problem with something. These complete buffoons are just wasting their time and opportunity here and are making people's lives miserable, including their own. Read up on Crassus, Crassus. Read up on his life, read up on the folly of it, despite his riches. And tell me, you're envious of someone like that. Where did he end up with all of his greed? Where did it take him? Did it take him into folly or a good place? Why couldn't he just enjoy his wealth? Why did he need to have more and more and more and more and more and more? These people are crazy, crackers, misguided, wrong. They say when they captured his dumbass that they took molten gold and poured it down his throat. But of course that was just a story. They don't think that was actually true, but it's supposed to convey a parable about greed. Do you get that part? Or do you look away? No, you want the gold. You want the gold. You want more gold. Crassus. Just like the Czech Crassus of today, Babis, B-A-B-A-I-S, these privateers of Eastern Europe look into these buffoons and their drive to be political too. They gotta be political like Crassus was. And look at all their chumps that they're running. You wanna be one of those? A monkey in a suit? Think again. Someone wrote in, was like, Delaney, how can you be so uncouth sometimes and still consider yourself spiritually enlightened? Thank you. Look, first off, spiritually enlightened. That's what conceited people claim to be. I don't claim to be that all the time in this dimension. I don't. See, I think that is the difference between Buddha and me. Buddha reached a level where he was enlightened. Yeah, that's the term sort of coined around him. And it wasn't just him saying that. The people around him who lived with him for 50 years, they attest to that. So, who's a liar? Am I a liar for telling you that? Now, as far as I'm concerned, I have not reached that level of enlightenment. But because I'm compassionate with myself and others, I don't demand that from myself as a mammalian creature that can be thrown for a loop every once in a while, and engage in, I would say, craving and aversion and delusion all at the same time sometimes for, I won't say indeterminate amounts of time, but 5 minutes of pure rage because of variable, which makes me a comedian more than a philosopher. But comedy is a philosophy. It's part of the absurdist kind of paradigm, which is a big open tent for some of the worst people in the world. They go in and can laugh at themselves and others and come out transformed with a lot of compassion, dignity, civility, and respect. And in appreciation for this realm that is imperfect and the imperfect people in it, but of course not limitless acceptance of unskillfulness. Like, how about this? The most depressing thing in the world is a comedian that just is not funny consistently. And yet claim they're comedians. It's preposterous. And yet they do it in all the arts. They're literary experts, they're anthropologists, they're painters, and basically they're a hot bag of excrement with a shiny wrapper on the front. So, look, disappointments happen in a realm like this, but that would be aversion to dig your hands in it and smear it on yourself and others, rather than just saying, hey, changing forms and conditions. And if you focus on those things, you'll miss the good things, like historical preservation. that has occurred in different places, and they've been very successful, very visionary, very loving and generous to all of us that get to experience places that we might not have a right to experience, that we cannot demand to experience because it doesn't belong to us. And yet look at how generous our ancestors have been with us. When you smell that sweet tobacco growing, that when the wind is blowing through those hilly ways with that fine timber and those flowing streams and that sun is shining, why must your thoughts be weighed down with defeat or blame or contention or ill will of any kind? Why? Is it necessary? No. Can you free yourself of it? Yes. Well, then do that. Don't just say that. Don't just listen to me. Do it for yourself. Liberate yourself from changing forms and conditions, as well as any kind of ill will or desire. I need to have this. I have to have it. Why? Reconsider those things. Get back to basics. Get back to the breath. You need the breath. Then you need water. Then you need food. Then, right, shelter and clothing. Maybe then medicinal treatments from time to time. How about good oral hygiene? Don't forget to wash your butt so it doesn't itch. And don't do bad things. And live a good life. And that historically, especially when you're talking about mass movements, we can all get caught up in things that lead to disastrous consequences for a lot of good people that really had higher expectations and got a lot of death and destruction instead. But that's when we come back to these devilish expectations that we consider good, that essentially end up crucifying every waking mind moment with disappointments and regrets and blame, instead of, again, seeing the good things despite the bad things. For God's sake, if you don't do anything else, at least do that. If not for yourself, do it for me. If you've extracted 1 cent of value out of anything I said, but won't do it for yourself, then do it for me. Pay me back that way. And for all of you that might have $5 or $10 for a coffee, you see that link down there? That's for you. Give the worldly people an opportunity too, for bringing such laughter into their lives despite the worst circumstances. Galley slaves laughing like hell because of me. I heard a story of a man who would often go to parks and clean up litter that extremely vulgar and shameless people had spread around in his vicinity. And they questioned him and said, "Don't you ever get discouraged? Don't you feel like a fool?" And the man, who was likely practicing Zen, said, "No, this is just very instructional for me, because just like there's careless people, there's careless thoughts in the mind, and they can litter the mind. And it's a daily process of changing forms and conditions. And so this litter, I collect it and I put it in the trash. Like, I have a little bag that I would have thrown away anyway, because it might be one of those like thin shopping bags, or maybe I found it amongst the trash and then I opened it and then I put all the trash in it, and then I brought it to the trash collection spot. And that's it. Every day, any thought can be like that, a trash thought. Ill will, delusion, aversion, dislike, or desire. I need this, I need that. I look at all the squashed cans and plastic and dancing shoes or whatever flotsam or space dukkha might appear, and I gain insight from that as I put it in the trash bag and then bring it to the trash. And it's a daily procedure. It's a daily ritual. It's a daily devotion. It's a daily kind of meaningfulness for me that is detached from the shamelessly unskillful and grotesque people that would make such horrendous, careless decisions for themselves, such as just throwing trash around them, like trash words or trash presence or carelessness in their interactions, such as a ignorant fool would do carelessly until they become awake one day and stop doing that, and then in fact cultivate it out of their minds. And so there's a synchronicity between collecting trash and throwing it away, and collecting trash thoughts and unskillfulness and trashing that as well. So inner congruence, outer congruence, as above, so below, as below, so above. There's congruency, which is you detrash your life. Just as you detrash an environment of changing forms and conditions, which you are detached from. It's not performance or what do you call outcome dependent. It's just an acceptance of changing forms and conditions and your agency within it as a steward of your mind and your vicinity. And if it's really bad trash, like a complete bag of something, you might not be able to take care of it, but maybe the next day it might disappear too. It's not your responsibility. And as this planet will be destroyed anyway, and devoid of all human life in the oceans at some point, it's just an exercise that is meaningful in the moment and doesn't have a ultimate finality to it, because we know what the ultimate finality is anyway, but this is so much more instructive and not only alleviates suffering entirely, but just brings those, not just drops of meaning, although each piece of litter is a drop of meaning, but just an overwhelming sense of gratitude to have been given the privilege to experience this dimension as in a favorable birth that has allowed one to develop such a practice that one can use these things in a zazen way, a kintsugi way, a satori way. With total detachment and total insight as to be eternally grateful for each piece of trash that one disposes of. And to live in such a way, some might say is enlightened, but for practitioners, it's just normal. So someone wrote in, it's like, well, could you say a few things about politics? I know you don't like talking about it. Thank you. Well, that's true. I don't like talking about it. The less worldly I become, the less I like talking about politics because it is just so infuriating. I mean, the crap that they sold as politics in this day. I am glad my grandfather is dead because this would have given him a heart attack. And look, we're dealing with the worst people in the world that have infiltrated Western democracies that were open, right, and inclusive, wanted to hear uh, opposing arguments. Well, that was fine in pre-globalist times where you had intact constant constituencies. But we haven't really had that since the 70s and probably before that. But in any case, we're looking at a hostile takeover, right? Just imagine there's a pastry factory in your town, and you've got people, let's just say Wall Street brokers, very unethical, hateful, awful people, greedy people that are approached by people laundering drug money, for example, and they want to put it into industry, park it in a place that has long-term benefits. Well, they're looking to buy the pastry factory, okay? And the owners, maybe they've been working 30 years, being taxed to death, being regulated, having their noses tweaked. They're looking to retire, and all of a sudden, one of these glad-handing front men for global interest shows up and says, "Look, what's your buying price? What's the other person's price? I'll double it, or I'll put 30% on top just for you. Either this the official way, or here's the suitcase full of cash, and we can do it that way too." So they're like, "Great, yeah." They sign off on it. Like they don't come in as drug dealers, right? Or or let's say operatives of, I don't know, secret military police kind of people. Hardcore leftist organizations. I don't know, Hungary, so what is it? Slovakia, Russia, Iranians, Turks, Indians, whatever it might be. They come in as the polished broker and close the deal. Well, once that happens, these absolutely horrific influences get a foothold in the local community, in a place that you wouldn't think would endanger national security, but yes, over time that has a corrosive influence, especially if you're talking about technology companies, telecoms, film, right? Any kind of free press, newspapers, cultural programs. All of a sudden, what happened to the culture? It flipped on the founding stock of the country. They're the hateful people, and everybody out of whatever sewer they can pop, or mental institution that they can set free, they're all of a sudden the aggrieved party. Show after show after show after show after show after show after show. So we're at the point where, again, a cultural specialist could come in and be like, yeah, guess what this is? This is enemy propaganda disguised as cultural programming. Like, this is the crap that they would produce and send out and distribute for the tremendously negative exterminationist psychological impact that it does have, which will be denied by them and their lick spittles and accomplices, but is absolutely the case. So, oops, I guess you got duped, right? They duped you. Like, this is why they put camouflage netting over their military assets. They don't want them to get bombed. They want you to think it's a bush and not something that has machine guns and missiles and other things on it. Is that deceptive? Is that too much for you to understand? So in other words, they had a financing mechanism, they had a motive. They had the brokers. So look into that broker class. If somebody is in it for the money, they're up for grabs. Okay, it doesn't matter where they're from. It doesn't matter what language they're talking. It doesn't matter their personal history. They have no morals. They have no loyalty to the country. That's not efficiency. That's not capitalism. That's a losing strategy by a loser that essentially took money to undermine the country and did. So you have a culture of people like that. That's a culture you need to power wash out of your institutions. And we're talking about institutional capture at this point. Like, we're talking institutions that have been captured for years at this point, that are just piss-making enterprises for hostile third parties. And it shows. This is not a conspiracy, right? This is not put on your tinfoil hat time. It's just happened. It's a fact. And it's discernible by people who know what they're talking about. Now, what is their strategy? Well, deny, attack, flip. No, you're the bad guy. You're just trying to take over. This is a takeover. It's 1930s again. Right? That's what they do. Does it work? Well, it does on people who don't know what's going on, and they're not really into informing people about what's going on because it's not in their interest. But it's in the interest of these third parties to keep people confused, keep people agitated, keep people distracted. And it's worldwide. It's a push against the entire Western world with the Dictator Alliance financing it. See, now, that was sort of a nebulous structure. Now it's sort of an established fact. So this is what we're looking at. We're looking at massive damages. Socio-cultural, economic, political, legal, financial, massive, absolutely massive damages. Exterminationist level, culture go bye-byes, economy go bye-byes level of destruction that they have caused with this tactic. So who's calling it out? Well, let me raise my hand. It's me, at least, and a couple of other dummies. One drop at a time until there's maybe a storm that will come and wash this all away. But it's drip, drip, drop. And don't be fooled by half measures. Like, oh, well, this man, he's an extremist. Look, I'm not even close to as extreme. I'm a comedian. So what does that tell you? So I've already been through the murder machine. I'm in the murder machine. And I'm making jokes about it. So what does that tell you? Does that tell I'm a bad person? Is that right? Again, human torpedo, mass amounts, large numbers of human torpedoes at this time, 2024. These people are cooked. Right? They might as well have been in a North Korean labor camp at this point, because from the beginning of their education by educators up until now, and all their TV and whatever other bad habits they have, bad cultural, socioeconomic, political, cultural habits they've developed, well, they're pretty ingrained at this point. These people are absolutely crazy and irredeemable. Yeah, I think at some point you're in it with both feet. You start voting for crazy people and agitating for them and working for them. You're in it with both feet. They're in it with both feet. Now, they're not popular, so wherever you still have democratic kinds of institutions keeping them in check, then some of them might get voted out. There might be more shuffling going on. But where these leftoid terrorists have taken over political infrastructure, like in Eastern Europe for decades, where they didn't come with the radical left sort of rapper, they came with the nationalist rapper, conservative rapper. That's what Orban's doing. They just dictated the culture for decades and had major negative effects on the culture and the economy and the politics and everything else. Of course, they deny that. No, it was all better. Memory war. It was so much better back in the past. Today, it's all bad because of those other people, but not because of us, not because of the way we operate. So yeah, hostile takeover of culturally significant or important organizations, companies, anything related to that. That's essentially what their war doctrine, starting in 89, but, well, let's just say turbo boosted 1989. Up until this day, that's what it consisted of. How do we know this? Well, because of the realities on the ground. How do we know that certain countries invested in missile production? Well, all these missiles flying around, blowing things up. I guess we know now what they were planning because they launched it. The destructive effects are all around you. So what's another component? Yeah, jacking anything to do with the property market so that everyone is impoverished. However they want to call it, inflation, just economic shell games. This is economic warfare. Well, you work for this amount, but all prices went up 50%, so you took a 50% pay cut. Look at that. You have no time for culture or life or anything above a survival level. They've reduced you on the, pyramid of self-actualization to an animal. Can't pay the rent? Well, I guess we'll just throw you out on the street then. America, that's capitalism, right? That's how they try to pass that off. No, you have a bunch of people mismanaging the economy. You have them in the banks. You have them as a luxury class. So that's surprising. Oh, I thought communists were for the, pig proletarians that would run out of the factory like crazy people wanting to take over things. No, these are the rich, disconnected, bubble-fied buddists and perverts that were just easy to persuade as far as culture jamming and anti-democratic arguments go. So elite caps, you want to call them elite? I don't call them that. They were a parasitical class to begin with a predatory outlook on the population. So they were on board, can you believe it? Got pitched by a bunch of maniacal people from around the world. And boy, that pitch really worked on them. They probably did some sampling control groups and other things. What did they like to hear and what did they need? What did they like to get? A lot of poor kids they can then screw or something. They get their share and then they're on board kind of thing. Is that what happened? I guess so. So what needs to happen? Well, they need to all be thrown out. You need new people in that have the updated security update. Okay, cultural issues, we're going back to, 1900. before the international got kicked off, and we're going to reboot from there, kind of thing. And everything in between that has been discredited. Okay. Now, this does not mean oppressive or the left. Oh, let me find something that blows people up. No, we're not doing that. It's going to be a revised version, but one that has the spirit of the matter in the revisions and not some kind of nonsense that these culture jammers are going to pick up on for polemical reasons, because that's what they do. It's a 24/7 operation of culture jamming. Jam the culture until the culture dies, take over. Run the remnants into the ground. Did it happen? Well, look at North Africa. North Africa was Egypt was one of the most wealthy parts of the Roman Empire. Look at it now. Total basket case. It was taken over by a combination of different things, just like Constantinople, intrigue, and other means, and they just devoured it. And now it's, essentially a desert with some oil pumps and some despots and a terrible culture. And nobody wants to move there. There's no net immigration to those countries. But there is, in Exodus, you ask like 10 people, 5 would or more would be like, hell yeah, I would get out of here if I could, kind of thing. So, yeah, who do they predate on? Well, altruistic people, idealistic people who can be snowed by utopianistic arguments, which up until recently was most of the Western world because they had it so good. Their rough kinds of pioneering forefathers created the conditions that were so good that the descendants of them could have gotten snowed on these transparently false kinds of promises that charlatans came in and promised in order to get their foot in the door and essentially sabotage the culture indefinitely. Like once a culture gets the lights turned out on it and you have massive killing offs of the most productive parts of your society, the chances of it coming back are close to zero. It's a total extermination of that culture. Does that sound like hyperbole to you? It isn't. So, utopianists, I guess you're going to hell and you're going to experience hell on earth before you go into the other bardos based on your false concept of goodness. Does that feel delusional to you? Because if it doesn't, delusion is one of the chief defilements, just like greed and ill will. So you were deluded in what you thought was good, and you had a lot of reason to believe that because you had expert liars and wig flippers working on you on a state actor level, multiple global kinds of departments working against you from inside your country, Fifth Comm-wise, Fifth Divisionist-wise, day in, day out, for years on end. And the fruits of that are starting to blossom, like, riots in cities, what else? Subversion of universities, subversion of the youth, you name it, all the way down the line till every last person is either murdered or enslaved. Does that sound like warlike actions to you? Well, no, kumbaya, that's what you're supposed to do. The worse things get, you're supposed to get crazier. That's how they have the program set up, and those people are out there. They look like crap, they think like crap, they act like crap. That was all intentional. Crap in, crap out. Although in this case it wasn't crap in, it was optimistic young people. But then they twisted that around, make sure the crap comes out, or if not 100%, at least 50, if not 50, 20, and so on and so forth. Sound terrible to you? Does it sound like a war crime to you? Sound like a war measure to you? Well, this is this dimension. This dimension is not heaven, it's not paradise, it's not nice at times. And our political leadership failed. Our financial system failed. Because there's no prosperity without national security. But you had, again, broker class of people that didn't see it that way and have been allowed to commit these atrocities, or allow others to commit these atrocities, with them being the rappers. So do realize that that's what they're worth, that's what you paid for, and that's what they're going to get until that loophole is closed. And you can start digging yourself out from the wreckage that we're all living in, a toxic waste dump, socio-economic and political. So look at the people there, look at them, their shiny suits. Was it European Union, lawfarists, phony, fake, liberal, lefty, leftoid, Buddhists in different green parties, or, I am for taking each one on an individual basis, but as a group, you're looking at some of the worst leadership. It's hard to say the West produced, because of course, our adversaries would have us just prefer to buy their narrative that our system is defunct, and these people were inevitable, but if the truth be told, it's actually their stooges that are standing before us at this time. 2024, one of the worst years in all of Western history ever recorded with modern technology. So that's what you're looking at. So you're going to have to just dig yourself out one candidate at a time, one system at a time, one party at a time. But realize they're trying to get into the opposition. So they realize there'll be opposition to their horrendous parties. They want to be in the new thing. And on and on and on until there's nothing but them. So they're an ultra minority kind of viewpoint. They're hostile to the core. That they've got a lot of money and they're willing to do anything to succeed, which would mean the collapse or failure of the country, the system, the municipality, whatever it is, the zone that you were likely born into. Now, where can you see this being played out? I mean, of course, okay, Trump has won. We'll see if he just does like the fake libertarian loon Argentinian program where inflation goes up, stock market goes up, and the cultural slide, and property markets get plantationized. We'll see. Bets, you can place your bets right now. We'll see. But one country to look at is Ireland. Yeah, Ireland. Merry old island. Well, they jam that full of sub-Saharan Africans for humanitarian reasons. That's what they claim, while having a housing crisis, which means a rent-seeking crisis. That's the translation. Every time you hear that, it's a rent-seeking crisis. They jack the supply, or they jack the demand by just importing people, right? And also jacking inflation. So that's it. Ooh, problem solved. So who did that? Well, they're responsible. Find them all, throw them in jail, and restart your financial system from zero. That's the solution. Sound too difficult? It isn't. There were cultures that used seashells for money, so I'm sure the Irish can figure it out, at least the good ones can. And guess what? All the notary books, just throw them out too. Once you have a systemic level of collapse, and like we're experiencing now, who owns what? It doesn't matter anymore. And the people who think it matters, they don't matter anymore either. So that's just sort of the sea change that is coming. Needs to happen, but will it happen? We don't know. People have to take this stuff seriously. But what were they blaming? So don't forget, there's major disinformation. So all of these damn journalists and people putting together whatever, YouTube videos, nightly news, fake commentators. I think Owens Jones is one of them. They'll present an oppositionist viewpoint, but then they'll slip in disinformation that is on the state actor level. Like, well, there was an immigration crisis in Ukraine in 2023. And get this is what they come to. Because of Ukrainian refugees. That's what these leftoid, state-sponsored disinformationist actors do. So they admit all the problems. Like, they blame it on the country because they want to create that polarization and polemization. They want to make things worse. Agitation. But then, at the crucial moment, it was because they let so many Ukrainians in. That's so hilarious. For Americans, that's like saying, yeah, all those, go back to America in 1900, people complaining about Swedish immigration to America. You know, there's too many damn Swedes coming into the country. It's wrecking the country. That's the equivalent of complaining about Ukrainians. Whereas what they're not saying is like all the massive amounts of like Muslim or Arabian or non-integrative populations that they garbage slammed into every nook and cranny. Even little towns, like importing 500 of them all at once kind of operations. I'm going to blame the Ukrainians on that one. Blame the Swedes. Too many Swedes. It was the Swedes that broke the camel's back on the immigration issue. So yeah, these disinformationists, they're slick, right? And again, because people are working more, their self-actualization has gone down, which means they don't have time to figure these things out. They find one or two of these people that sound like they're opposition, and then they get messed up. They get jammed up. They get halfway there. They get 20% there. They get misdirected, turned around, sent in the wrong direction. Who was on? Oh yeah, Tim Poodle. Watch the video where he's saying, it was something like the Ukrainians' fault that they got invaded. Every time he said that, they paid him $100,000. Watch him, look at him like his little gleeful kind of. He makes it like a point to say it emphatically because he wants to, cash each check each time he says it. That's what these info people are like. Up for grabs. Oh, you want to push Rogaine or some other snake oil quack, whatever. They'll do it. They'll pepper it in. Just pay them. There's got to be some arrangement, but then watch them work. They're just little money machines, aren't they? See, if you are listening to anyone that's done that, stop listening to them immediately. You can't rely on what they do is front run issues. They're watching whatever, something. Like watching the news, then all of a sudden, oh, okay, I'll talk about that. Pepper it in with their disinformation. Oh, pay bonanza. That's what they do. Oh, wow, well, that's just the way the industry works. No, it doesn't. If any of these people are any good, they should have people that will donate. And their donors shouldn't be, again, third-party state actors or crappy demographic groups. Like, who's funding the Democratic Party at this time? Money, those people aren't good. But people that are doing it are real civic actors. They should be able to live on their donations, and people should donate to them until they find out they're pulling some type of scam, and then they should pull the donations. But be advised that they try to create a lot of drama around people they don't like. Look, McGregor, that's another one. He's an MMA guy. All of a sudden, after this crisis happened, he said he was going to run for president of Ireland. Well, what happens? All of a sudden, he gets some sexual harassment charge that goes public. They have a tearful lady that was chasing MMA dudes around for years. Some hairstylist, and all of a sudden he's a terrible person. He's terrible. Now, this is not to say that, look, McGregor, any of those guys, I'm not saying McGregor's cut out for politics, but he's certainly better than whatever they got now. And even if he likes to throw groupies around, it doesn't matter. But watch him. Oh, he can't possibly represent the country now. He's engaging in activity that I won't say is normal for, gladiators, but it has been known to exist, and nobody's pristine in those areas. So why pull out the pearls about things like that all of a sudden if there isn't a political motive? I mean, come on, men or women, hanging around MMA dudes getting tipsy. If you don't end up with a hurt butt, you might get knocked out or something else might happen. Don't do that if that's not what you want to happen to you. So where's that common sense? Oh no, common sense out the window. Let's make this a circus. Let's make it look really bad. Other thing they did is, transgenderism. They sort of put that into the Constitution, these good people running Ireland at this time. The Catholic country, at least it used to be, family values and all that. No, gotta get that transgenderism in there real quick. Get those lawyers and lobbies doing that. So, but again, is McGregor's heart in the right place? Can he be a good politician even if he is engaged in was engaged in messed up relationships in the past? Yes or no? Well, obviously he can. Yeah. But splitting support and is this what they do? Is this how it works? So people, again, we're entering into very bad times. So you need to pick and choose what you get yourselves outraged about. Now, a real criticism of McGregor is that he apparently is greedy, which is a big defect, but whatever money he got hit with, I'm sure he'll be able to pay that without even blinking an eye. However, if he cheats the country, like someone like Donald Trump might do because they're greedy, instead of doing the right thing, that's a little bit more insidious than knocking some hairstylist around after hours, isn't it? So we'll see what the greedy right that now considers itself just to won every debate. Now that they won because there was no opposition to speak of, essentially just radical class operatives and stooges. What will come of it? Well, let's see. But I would say we're entering a phase where it doesn't really matter. Other than people are legitimate, that their heart is in the right place no matter what happens kind of situation, because we're entering that type of existential crisis, not because we wanted to, not because it's our fault, but because the other side and their operatives are making it a necessity because they have. And it's horrible, it's a war crime, it's despicable, it's against the Geneva Convention, and yet they did it. So take whatever surprise you had about these things, put it in an oil drum, put some gasoline on it, and set it all on fire, because this is the horrible kind of situation that we are in at this time. And it's based on horrible decisions and horrible people and a horrible causality, and it can all be turned around. But it's not going to happen by putting your head in the sand and playing ostrich. So 2024, a new low point. We'll see how 2025 goes, and 2026, and so on and so forth. But resolve yourself. It's most likely going to get worse until it gets better. And just having little wins, electoral wins, does not mean anything. It requires constant vigilance and a spirit of discernment, because these are the games that are being played, and it's being played with information, with people, with influence, with delusion, essentially, with the devil himself. There you go. That's another one. Take it all the way up to the top. Yeah, the devil and his minions. And those minions, they shall not have dominion. But here they might, for a while, at least in the externalities, fleeting externalities. But do realize they have not made the right decision for themselves, and certainly not others. And when that comes back, the karma on that, karma on bad deeds, the level of bad deeds that they have done, do not envy them. Look, remain an optimist. Never succumb to intrigue. Never succumb to ill will. Brothers and sisters, please think of this. Ill will is one of the three realms. So catch yourself and stop doing it, but don't be naive. That would be to go too far over the middle path. So God bless all of you, especially those that were so challenging to be such venerable teachers, but not in the way you may have intended. But that is the mystery of God and the friendship between all celestial bodies, because there are decisive moments in bardos that do decide conflicts such as these. Be vol, brothers and sisters. Thank you. But I think it's really always important to address contemporaries, because contemporaries are so important. You see, just like in Buddha's time, his entire generation, they were so important and dealing with such important things that they drove their lives into, infinities of woe. And that's why the Buddha really had to snap out of it, because it had become at that point something culturally entrenched. And if you look to his name, Siddhartha Gautama, Gautama's really the name people should look to. See, Hermann Hesse did Siddhartha, so people are sort of obsessed with that, but you miss the more important part, which is the priestly line, which that name connotates, which leads back to Egypt most likely. That's just a plausible theory at this point, and so it would connect a Hermes to the thing, but just in a very small, nuanced way. Like, I'm not trying to overemphasize that to distort things, obviously. But I think for connoisseurs of tapioca pudding, even if it's just 1 grain per day uh, for 1,000 days is preferable than making mistakes in these matters, especially if some kind of egotistical or usurpist way. However, we know that delusion in the third realm is very powerful, and so we have this possibility to self-correct memory wars to be accurate so that certain peoples can gain closure on past mistakes and perhaps what insight could be gained from them so that one not repeat those mistakes. It's not about praising those things. It's about looking at them in a scientific, pathological kind of way so that one can prevent them from happening by supporting all the good things, and that would mean not supporting the bad things, and not just one of those two things, because you need to have both things to be effective, do you not? Brothers and sisters, ask yourself that question. If I'm lying, I will take an axe and chop off my left hand right now. If you force me to prove the convictions of what I am saying, but why would you do that when it's so obvious to you that I'm not lying and that it's true? Not just today, but tomorrow, in the past, forever, because it's a universal principle of self-regard and healthy dispensation of, let's say, self-made fantasies that could be somehow detrimental to one's mood, because one might be engaging with it for ridiculous, maybe moralizing reasons that make no sense when we're talking about past constructs that are in the past and therefore, as Buddhists, can be completely dispensed with immediately. 5 minutes ago doesn't exist. 5 minutes ago, maybe you had handcuffs on. 5 minutes later, you don't. Look how your reality looks now. But you could be in handcuffs for a long, long time. So it really depends how prepared you are to be dynamic. Should, let's say, even the smallest, minutest of even unfavorable situations would present themselves, to make even an incremental amount of progress with no kind of, let's say, ill will towards others, because one has meticulously, repeatedly, habitually froze to death in the night kind of dedication to eliminate such things from one's mind so as to be even moderately healthy in such a challenging dimension where we know we have even supernatural forces aligned against our serenity, of course. That's a very good word too. I like serenity. There's something, it's not just pure happiness, there's some ethics and morality mixed in it that leads to it to be sustainable for those parties that may have lost it. They can regain it, and then they can benefit on a level that is so life-affirming that you could not impute that there's some ill intent to such endeavors, and yet look at the acerbic, wackadoodle reception it's received up until now. By what? Crap temporaries? Is that it? Who are these people and why do they matter? And challenging voices that have no personal blame against any living being, for example, is considered something that is beyond reproach in civic or civil society. At what time Was that the case? And yet here they are like crows, presuming to preside over Western civilization, is that right? And mismanaging it to the degree that they have, and still maintain some basis upon which they can criticize others is absurd. So see them as such. What complete and utter barbaric fools they were and are, if that's what they truly believe, which, why should we even believe that? So God bless every last one of you, brothers and sisters, that free yourselves of such conceits and fetters and other delusions, so that you can see things plainly, such as what it means to be civilized and how one maintains such things, and not be driven like a strange flock into bad places by people who don't know what they're talking about, or perhaps were even, shall we say, motivated for reasons that might not be in your best interest, because they might not care. Perhaps they come from far away. So, terrible in many ways, yes, but humanity has seen so many challenges at so many times that were so terrible. And somehow it managed to survive, at least in little corners where, for example, when I show up, people just scream in joy. Scream out loud. And that's not just like two people, it's the entire world. That level of famous. And yet, you are contemporaries, you think, with that. What understanding of time do fools have? A student wrote in and said, "Master, I know you have said that you have been ridiculed for talking about the life of the Buddha in your time. Please do not desist from doing that." Spasibo. That's what he wrote. And this is why student and teachers, there should be no real formal relationship if one remains a student forever with the beginner's mind. Every day at least, dawn, dusk, or however much time you can maintain that to get yourself loose from whatever variables might have attached themselves to your non-OSHA conforming mind at this time. But we know that just like OSHA was compassionate with workers, we can be compassionate with ourselves in the form of the states of our mind that we go into and the ones that we do not, because there's wholesomeness and unwholesomeness, and there's right practice and wrong practice. I take the fork, I stab myself in the hand, I'm doing myself unnecessary harm. That's very simple. To even moronic people, don't do that, they say. But thoughts are hard to see. But we can have these types of thoughts, and we can stop having these types of thoughts if we confront these types of thoughts and change our point of view. That is depersonalized, because we divest ourselves from any hindrance of the self that would keep us from making the ethical solutions that might just be a change of opinion, like I'm not bothered by that, because we live in a dimension of changing forms and conditions. Look at that. Look at how much that can cut out of people's lives. Please, brothers and sisters, tarry at this point and allow yourself by osmosis at least to feel the loving kindness in wisdom like that is so nourishing that it could get superhuman results instantaneously, again and 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 again, that one works oneself up into a lather of overwhelming joy and gratitude and appreciation for all of the good people that are living right here, right now, not 100 years ago, and maybe not in 2 minutes. Take your lives that consciously, that you burn off all the dross of the past and the future, and live now, vitally now, forever, not just in this life, but in all the barters to come, that you come with me into the heavenly abodes. Because you do it, not me. So help you, God, so help you, Brahma, that you shall live a blessed life, as was your karma. God bless you all. Thank you. Well, anyway, I direct this back to comedy after such high words as that. Yeah, not taking this off too seriously, that's part of the art of it. So if you've ever had like a belly laugh, you can't stop. Because it's so funny, it really uplifts you. That's the type of ecstatic joy you can feel if you free yourselves of kilesas. So I'm a bad person for telling you that. You can't accept me as an equal because that's delusional anyway. And so you've spit in a person's face that is unspeakably venerable. Is that a phenomenon in this dimension? Or can it not happen? Of course it can happen. Yeah, I just was walking by and a big 18-wheeler hit this monstrous pothole. It was like a swimming pool full with like bright yellow mud. And I was walking at that very moment when that 18-wheeler hit. It must have been 2,000 gallons of liquid clay. And there I was at 3 a.m. at -3 degrees with no food. But a little girl came out of nowhere. And she gave me something to eat. And so I was able, even with my own fingernails, to crawl myself to sanctuary, to holiness, to redemption, to health, to vitality, to urus, and other heavenly abodes, to be so hygienic that one not only has no defilements, none. The teeth, there's no defilements on the teeth. There's no on the butt. There's no defilements, period. You can do it with the exterior body. Why can't you do it with the mind? You can consciously remove any stain from your body. Do it to the mind as well. This is the practice, 56 bows. Morning and night, how shall you not be healthy of mind? Just to be safe, especially in times that are troubling. Why should that be so difficult when you're wasting your time with distractions instead? You're not focused enough to be pure, and so you are not. And the consequences are genocidal. So start scrubbing, ladies. Make that water very hot. And again, use some good soap and oil and nice fluffy towels. Do some little investments like that. They make so much of a difference. How you feel in the end, because you were not berating yourself for some strange ideas that were very hatefully conspired to cause debilitating effect. And so may you all be purified from that, going forward, no matter what the variables may be. God bless you all. I shall not do that, is what some people say, but why not do that? What is it that you're using to hold yourself back? You can unlock those things with a pick, because you have to, because otherwise you would stay locked in a wrong state of mind, a wrong view. Brothers and sisters, listen to me. Do you think I was not in wrong view? How could I say that with a straight face as a comedian that makes people laugh so hard at some of the saddest things they've ever heard? Because they are. Dear, dear brothers and sisters, do you not feel that deeply inside you? Somewhere in the chitta, the heart? Transcendentalism was just the beginning. It was the veneer of what can be experienced by right view and right practice, and liberation from defilements in the form of spiritual hygiene, which has made me famous to say in generations to come for an indeterminate amount of time, because of its godly wisdom that is so renowned, because it heals so thoroughly those so sick that they even thought that it was not worth living in this place of tribulation, when in fact they could convert that tribulation into redemption. And those beggars, those fools, those madmen that heard that message, they were the ones that knew its worth. Well, someone approached me later. It's like, what are you, some wise man? What, you know everything, blah, blah, blah. Everyone's saying you're the genius of the all geniuses. Blah, blah, blah. And that, and so on and so forth. Very contentious, kind of vulgar, subnormal interaction. I said, no, sucker. I said I'm a comedian. That means I am lower than you. I laugh at myself. I don't laugh at others. I laugh at this dimension in a depersonalized way, which is why the humor is so contagious. Like, it starts as a tickle. At the end of one's, it just works up the bones and into the pelvis and up into the stomach, and people just start laughing. It breaks. It's contagious. It's like wildfire. Burn up all the dross. No dross at all, just ash at least. but basically everything's pure. It's a pure blue flame of hygiene, spiritual hygiene. How could it not be so? For the conceiver of it, at least. But the followers that would find such a torch and to purify themselves, how could they not feel that so viscerally that they could never let that go? They would never let that go. That magic, that feeling, that love, that wholesomeness, that purity, that their karma allowed them to receive, to redeem themselves for all time, versus the opposite of that. Who wants to catch a coin like that? When one can just become better than one is right now, via renunciation, amongst other things. The middle path, of course. Thank you. Humor, good humor. I think good humor is one of the heavenly abodes, or at least part of it. And if we go to the kinds of professions that produce humor, well, one of them would be comedian. But that doesn't sound too religious, does it? Comedians aren't too religious. But some of the better ones, at least, aren't dogmatic. And so they'll find a way to the humor of a situation which might be obscured. And so it takes them a long time to get to the joke. And the joke might just be on them, or on a self number of 554 wanted this but got this instead. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? See, they don't take it personal. Comedians, they've gotten into that kind of routine, and so how could that not be seen as a good religious principle? See, it really isn't important if you make others laugh about you, or about a self, or about themselves. It's not. But if you can laugh, if you can make yourself laugh, if you can find the joke, my goodness, that's all that matters. It really is. It really does matter if you can make yourself laugh. If you were just crying 3 minutes ago, isn't that a great change? Haven't you ever experienced that? Have you ever been able to look at it from a different perspective? Look at all these people taking things so seriously. That itself, you can find some humor in that. The straight man act. That's what makes some of those comedy routines so funny, because they have someone who's not in on the joke, or is at least pretending not to be in on the joke, but is in on the joke. But is acting like somebody that isn't in on the joke, which makes it so much more funny. Because people are like that. The world is like that. Good cop, bad cop routine kind of thing. It is like that. That's what the arts do for us, is that they serve these different kinds of situations back up to us, but in an artful way, to distill these things and to give you the juice, the juice of the matter, the fragrant parts without the rind, and bringing people along for the ride and leaving them in a better place. Just how you did it. But you did it live, right? There was no script, nothing to read along. It was just one hijinks to the next until whammo, started laughing about it. Laughing about taking things too seriously. Any kind of old human contrivance. People really are caricatures in a way. They'll end up being caricatured. They live long enough. All the world's a play. And there's not just poor players. There's really good players. People who really play the part. And that can be villains. That can be people that try to jam you up. They play that part really, really well sometimes. But then there's not just that. There's heroes out there. Real, live heroes. And all different types of accomplished people. Really playing their roles. Really playing them well. And picking and choosing. Sometimes you don't have that opportunity, but the older you get, the more of a jack of all trades you become by necessity. It's not because you wanted to. You just wanted to go the straight line. From A to B, from B to C, from C to D, and so on and so forth. I understand that. But that's not oftentimes how life lets you go. And there's really no point in blaming it when you add up all the different kinds of variables. There's so many variables. It's a miracle you're alive. It's a miracle you can hear this and understand this. It's a miracle. This planet is a miracle. Even in space, people are already, they know I'm going to talk about the James Webb Telescope. Even with all that we can see now about what really does exist out there, that we never could have imagined did exist, that actually does exist, even so, we have even a new appreciation for how special this planet is, how unique in the entire universe. All things considered, if you just considered the space involved, how rare such a planet as the one we are living on, people, the one you complain about, how unfathomably unique, special, magical it is. It is. Scientists have proven it. It is special. But see, what is the human tendency? Well, they might find 2 or 3 or 4 or 100 other planets that they think might be like this one, and then all of a sudden, what's that feeling? Well, this isn't all that special. There's 100 other places billions of light years away that we surmise might be like this one. You see how the common, normal, vulgar, kind of acquisitory person can then put this planet in a little stupid drawer and pack it away. Oh, I gotta go to work. Nothing to see here kind of mentality. This planet is magical. Your life is surrounded by magic, even if you've stamped on it and doused it with a bucket of slop. It doesn't matter. It's still magical. You're surrounded by magic. You're surrounded by humor too, good humor, good cheer. But that mind of yours, it'll find a way to mess up your day if you let it. The first thing that comes to its mind. When you wake up in the morning, it's going to be some kind of changing form and condition that you're attached to. It's going to find that thing all on its own. It's going to be that normal way, that common way, that vulgar way. That's why it's called normal, common, and vulgar. You're not immune to it. No matter how specialized you become, how insightful, it does not mean that you will not be confronted from time to time with the normal, right? That's why we call it normal, because it is normal. It's just with those skills, though, you can put it in its place and say to yourself, changing forms and conditions. In fact, before you do your 56 bows, say changing forms and conditions 3 times. The world you were born into, in the right here and the right now, it is not the same. Even though it appears via illusion to your mind to be the same, it is not the same. It is different. And it is you that makes these illusory causalities or connections in your mind via attachments and kilesas, doing it via your own passivity. But right effort is, there's something plugged into the wall that shouldn't be running. I unplug that thing. The stove is on. I turn the stove off. I make right effort. And what happens? Well, the whole place doesn't burn down. The pot does not melt. The thing does not catch fire. And all is cool and calm and nibbana. Relaxed. There's no alarm. You made right effort. And so in your mind, these attachments to thoughts, changing forms and conditions, changing forms and conditions, changing forms and conditions. You can say it over and over and over and over again till it finally seeps down. And you can let whatever it is go. See, that's part of the illusion. If things keep coming back to your mind, it's normal to think that they're still important. And that's why people think of them as important as, I can't stop thinking about this thing. That's right, it's captured you. So it's important that you detach from that thing by any means necessary, just to exercise freedom from psychological delusions. That's a nice way of putting it. But let's just say psychological hang-ups, that's a nice one. But also psychological attachments. Just getting in the practice of it. The tennis ball I wanted should be right here on the spot. It's not there. Changing forms and conditions, changing forms and conditions, changing forms and conditions. It doesn't matter in this instance, but I'm making it matter because it's a lesson. And it's so true. It's true with the tennis ball. It's true with everything else. As below, so above. As above, so below. These principles are the same in deep space as they are right under your nose. Atomic theory doesn't stop where you are. But we can not be aware of it. We can be ignorant of it until we're not. And then we see, oh, wow, it does apply here, in the here now. Atomic theory is an approximation of the truth. It's a dimension of it. It's closer to things as they are. It applies to externals. But internally, psychologically, where is the chitta? Where is the soul? Who else can tell you where it is if you will not look for it and find it and learn from it and also direct it with right effort and right view? Changing forms and conditions, changing forms and conditions, changing forms and conditions. Embrace it. That my tennis ball is not on the spot that I assumed it would be, I turned it into a teaching. I turned it into humor, good humor. I was expecting it. I had every day, same place. Now, this is a new day. This is quite a surprise. What could have happened? I'm humorously engaged and curiously and playfully engaged in something that does not matter, but does matter because I'm making it matter, but it's something that someone would say doesn't matter. And they would be sort of right. But that's why it's so playful. It's so bright yellow like the sun. It's so life-affirming. It's so humorous. It's so delightful. Again and again and again and again and again. 56 bows. Changing forms and conditions.